Will the secretary please call roll?
Commissioner Benninger,
Present.
Commissioner Escamilla,
Here.
Commissioner Leo,
Here.
Commissioner Pham,
Here.
Commissioner Wu,
Here.
Vice Chair Ramos, Chair Oliva.
Here.
Chair, quorum has been reached at 5:34.
Before we begin, I would like to remind my fellow commissioners to turn your microphones on when speaking and off when not speaking. And when speaking, please place the microphone about 4 inches away from you. Thank you. Members of the public may attend Planning Commission meetings in person or virtually via Zoom. I now invite the Commission Secretary to describe the way the public can access and participate in this meeting.
This meeting is being live streamed via our portal at www.sana-ana.primegov.com/public/portal and to YouTube at www.youtube.com/City of Santa Ana videos. If you would like to provide public comment, you may do so in the following ways. Join the meeting via Zoom, enter meeting ID number 867-8353-9141. When the item that you would like to comment on is being discussed, select the hand icon to let us know you would like to speak. You will be called upon by the name you entered. You can also join the meeting by calling 669-900-6833. Enter meeting ID number 867-8353-9141. When the item that you would like to comment on is being discussed, press 9 to let us know you would like to speak. You will be called upon by the last 3 digits of your phone number. After you're called upon, you may press 6 to unmute yourself. For those who are attending this meeting in person and would like to provide public comment, please fill a request to speak form. The request to speak forms are located in the lobby. All speakers will have a limited time to speak. I will alert you when your time is up.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items. Secretary, does anyone wish to speak on any non-public hearing item?
If you're attending this meeting in person and would like to comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it into the secretary. If you're participating via Zoom and would like to comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items, please select the hand icon and unmute yourself. If you're calling in and would like to comment on non-agenda or non-public hearing items, please dial 9 and then 6 to unmute yourself. Chair, we do not have any speakers.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve item A, minutes from July 22, 2024, and item B, excused absences?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move.
We have a motion by Commissioner Wu. Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a second by Commissioner Benninger. Secretary, please call roll for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Benninger,
Aye.
Commissioner Escamilla,
Aye.
Commissioner Leo,
Aye.
Commissioner Pham,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ramos,
Aye.
Chair Oliva.
Aye.
Motion approved by unanimous consent.
That concludes the consent calendar. Moving on to the business calendar session. I will now review the process for the public hearing so that everyone knows what to expect. Staff will provide a presentation and answer questions from the commission. The public hearing will be opened. The applicant will be given the opportunity to speak, limited to 15 minutes. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to comment, limited to 3 minutes. The applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to comments made by the public, limited to 5 minutes. The public hearing will be closed. Discussion will return to the commission with formal action taken to approve, deny, or continue review of the application. Please consider the following suggestions when organizing your comment. Please state your name and address, strictly voluntary. State whether you support, oppose, or are neutral to the proposal. Your statement should include any pertinent facts within your knowledge. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 days by any interested individual or party. Recommendation on this item will be forwarded to the City Council on a later date for final determination. This is the time and place for amendment application number 2023-03, tentative track map number 2023-01, and Development Agreement Number 2023-02 for the related Bristol specific plan proposed at the 41-acre site generally located at the 3600 South Bristol Street, located within the General Commercial C2 and Commercial Residential CR zoning districts. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regard to this item?
I filled out the paperwork. I'd like to disclose that I did meet with the applicant last week Friday.
Thank you, Commissioner Benninger. Commissioner Escamilla?
Also met with the applicant last week Friday. Need an ex parte form.
I met with the applicant last week, I believe it was Thursday, and I need to fill out the form.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu?
I have no conflict because I have not met with anyone, and I will not be moved by any comments from anyone other than what is presented by staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Bell?
Yes, I met with the applicant last year before our work study session, and I think the project team did reach out this week to see if there's any clarification that I needed.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ramos?
No disclosures. I did not have any meetings.
I did meet with the applicant and I did submit an ex parte form. Planning Manager will now provide a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Oliva, and good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Up for discussion tonight is the related Bristol Specific Plan Entitlements and Development Agreement. This project entails several applications. It is amendment application or zone change number 2023-3, development agreement number 2023-02, and tentative tract map number 2023-1 for the 41-acre site generally located at 3600 South Bristol Street. The proposal is a specific plan that would allow construction of a new mixed-use village consisting of up to 3750 residential units, 200 units of senior continuum care living, 250 room keys of hotel, 350,000 square feet of commercial space, and 13.1 acres of publicly accessible open space, with up to 6,520 constructed on-site open spaces, parking spaces. The recommendation this evening is that the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council approve the requested entitlements and development agreement. So as an overview for this evening, we'll be going over the background and site description, specific plan overview, and community engagement efforts, then segue into infrastructure and open space improvements, and analysis of the project, the development agreement, environmental review, and the action to overrule the ALUX decision on the project, and then next steps, wrapping up with staff's recommendation and public hearing. As a friendly note to the Commission, tonight's project is complex and one of the largest in the city's history, so the presentation will strive to provide a detailed overview of what is proposed and analysis of what went into staff's recommendation. It might be used to longer than what the Commission might be used to, but it will provide for plenty of time for questions and answers of staff and the applicant's team. So moving into project discussion, the project site, as illustrated on this aerial image, shows the 41-acre site highlighted in orange, bounded between MacArthur and Sunflower and Bristol and Plaza Drive. The project site currently contains a variety of commercial uses, such as Vons, LA Fitness, World Market, and TJ Maxx. It's just north of South Coast Plaza and does not include any of the existing residential communities surrounding the project site. Now moving into background and site description. The city's general plan update was adopted in April of 2022. The general plan update was a 7-year comprehensive effort to update the general plan and identifies 5 focus areas for new development opportunities to create mixed-use developments that promote employment, residences, and reduce driving for walkable communities. One of those 5 focus areas is the South Bristol Street focus area in the land use element. And from the general plan, it states that that area represents Santa Ana's southern gateway to create opportunities to transform auto-oriented shopping plazas to walkable, bike-friendly, and transit-friendly urban villages that incorporate a mix of high-intensity office and residential living with experiential commercial uses. The project site is designated District Center 5 by the general plan, which allows for up to 5.0 floor area ratio, and 125 dwelling units per acre, and buildings up to 25 stories in height. This slide shows the project site in more detail, as well as its context within the South Bristol Street focus area of the general plan. So as stated earlier, that focus area was established with a vision to complement the scale and intensity of the area surrounding South Coast Plaza. The focused area allows for its most intense development potential on and near the proposed project site. So that's that dark purple color that's at the bottom of the screen. Areas north of the project site as you move up or north on Bristol Street and away from South Coast Plaza are lesser intensity in scale in what is envisioned by the general plan. And this image shows an illustrative concept of the types of development that were envisioned for this portion of the focus area. This is from the general plan. This slide was prepared for use in the applicant's community presentation and provides an overview of the site's history leading to the proposed project, and now this evening's presentation for the proposed actions. So the site began with agricultural uses and was redeveloped into commercial uses along with the development of South Coast Plaza. And today is, as stated by the applicant, at a crossroads for a redevelopment application that the Planning Commission is considering this evening. Moreover, the rationale and impetus for why this application was submitted to the city, the Comprehensive Zoning Code update is underway, and specific plan proposals, such as the related Bristol specific plan, are considered implementing actions of the general plan update. The existing shopping center is almost 50 years old and on a ground lease, and the retail leases on the site, according to the information available, are set to expire in 2025. Moreover, changes in retail environment and shopping habits that began before the COVID-19 pandemic have been accelerated by the pandemic and have resulted in several portions of the center growing vacant or underperforming. So now moving on to an overview of what's proposed by the specific plan. The specific plan proposes to redevelop the 41-acre site as described and illustrated earlier into a village that would contain up to 3,750 residential units, 350,000 square feet of commercial space, 250 hotel room keys, 200 units of senior continuum care, 13.1 acres of on-site open space, and as stated earlier, 6,520 constructed on-site parking spaces that could be maximized through valet options up to 8,940. This table shows a comparison between the existing and proposed uses. Currently, there's no senior living or hospitality uses on the site. The site currently contains 465,000 square feet of commercial uses, and the specific plan proposes approximately 100,000 square foot reduction. There's no residential units on the project site. The specific plan proposes up to 3,750. There's no open space on the site. The specific plan would have up to 13.1 acres. And the existing floor area ratio of the buildings is 0.25. And what's proposed by the specific plan is 2.7. The existing buildings are about 1 and 2 stories in height. The specific plan proposes up to 25, with the majority of those concentrated in the most intense Southern and Bristol Street frontages of the project. This parking description slide shows the proposed breakdown of parking in the specific plan. So the specific plan proposes 1.3 spaces per unit to be constructed for residences, 4 per 1,000 for the commercial space. So just for some comparison, the city's code requires anywhere between 3 and 8 spaces per 1,000, depending on the type of commercial. The applicant's proposing 4 per 1,000. Hotel rooms are proposing half a space per room key, and that's in conjunction with a transportation and parking management plan, as well as senior continuum care, 0.6 spaces per unit. So what that adds up to is 6,520 parking spaces with, again, up to 8,940 with valet options. It should be noted that the majority of parking spaces will be constructed below grade, with buildings and open space areas sitting atop the parking in a podium-style configuration. Some areas will have limited surface parking for convenience, and there's limitations on compact and tandem stalls in the specific plan, as well as provisions for valet options if needed to ensure maximum potential use of the parking that would be built. This slide shows the proposed site plan showing the development of a mixed-use village on largely a grid-based system. The image on the left is the ground floor plan, so what one would see typically is the largest concentration of commercial uses at the southern part of the project, closest to South Coast, including room for a full-scale grocer, and then more village-style commercial and mixed-use residential on the northern portion. The slide on the right shows what the typical upper levels would be, which is mostly residential, except for the high-rises that would be proposed at the southern part of the site. The specific plan contains an introduction, vision, development plan, regulations, design guidelines, and administration and implementation section. The California Government Code prescribes when and why a specific plan is the correct zoning document for a project. And the code also prescribes the minimum chapters or components of a specific plan. This specific plan contains those minimum components. The next series of slides show illustrations from this proposed specific plan. This image shows one of the many green spaces that are proposed in the specific plan. This is the Central Park area in the northern half of the project site. This image shows a view of what the Bristol Plaza could look like. This is at the southern end of the site where the majority of commercial uses are concentrated. And this image shows the Bristol Green, which complements the image on the previous slide as another green space together with the Bristol Plaza that forms an area for community events and outdoor recreation, again, in the heart of those commercial uses. This image shows a slide of what the grocery could look like as part of a mixed-use building, which would anchor the corner of Bristol and Callens Commons in one of the early phases, providing what the applicant hopes to be is uninterrupted grocery service to the community. This image shows the Bristol Paseo, another important sort of linkage between components of the site with extensive landscaping and flexible roadways for events, strolling, shopping, and fostering community. So in the specific plan, there's proposed regulations that would lead to the development of a modern grid-style infill development with mixed-use commercial housing and open spaces. The intent is to create a dynamic mixed-use village that retains a significant commercial component and construct up to 13.1 acres of on-site open space for use by the Santa Ana community and the new residents of the community. This specific plan would also establish development regulations and design guidelines that produce high-quality architecture and amenities while respecting the existing surrounding communities to the west and north of the project site. These regulations and vision of the specific plan are consistent with the general plan and the South Bristol Street focus area. This image shows the proposed green spaces by the specific plan. Bristol Central Park would be the large green area at the top or the north end of the site, with a significant green link traveling down and linking from there to the southern part, which would be the Bristol Green and Bristol Plaza, which we saw in the earlier slides. The specific plan as drafted also contains a robust implementation section. This implementation section addresses how to administer the specific plan and projects within the specific plan area, as well as anticipated phasing. Individual projects, if the specific plan were to be approved, would then be submitted for staff level review with certain thresholds requiring discretion action by the Planning Commission, such as certain land uses, any variances, modifications, appeals of staff decisions, transfers between districts, and land use conversions. The specific plan document also contains vacant property maintenance standards to address parcels and vacants in the specific plan area that would be subject to demolition activities and vacancies. So, for example, with the large redevelopment that's proposed here, the specific plan wants to ensure that there's not sort of long-term open vacancies of parcels, and that if there are, that they're secured and fenced and monitored to avoid becoming a community nuisance and blight. An on-site police department substation has also been included in this implementation chapter. The substation would not be proposed for any bookings. It would be an administrative office similar to what one finds inside South Coast Plaza for the Costa Mesa Police Department. This image shows the anticipated project phasing in 3 phases. So phase 1 is the bottom portion, which would commence as early as 2026 and end within 4 years. followed by phases 2 and 3 to be wrapped up by 2036. Of note is that the anticipated first phase is in the bottom or southern part of the site, which contains the big box retailers. The northern segment contains currently the more community-serving retail and service uses such as Vons and LA Fitness, which would come in the second or latter phases. So now going on into the community engagement part of this project, public input engagement were pretty extensive for this project. First of all, the project had its first Sunshine Ordinance meeting on September 7th, 2022, and its second Sunshine Ordinance Community Meeting in November of 2022. The first Sunshine meeting attracted approximately 250 individuals who signed in on the sign-in sheets. The second one had about 80 individuals who signed in on the sign-in sheets. There was a study session held for the project in March of 2023, and meetings with residences, businesses, and other stakeholders during the community meeting and at City Hall were taken upon request. So anyone who wanted to learn more about the EIR, the specific plan, what was proposed, were either met with at their site. For example, staff visited representatives of the St. Albans condominium community to help answer questions and learn more about their concerns, as well as interested parties who contacted staff were invited to come to City Hall if it was convenient for them so that we could walk them through how to read and interpret a complex document like an environmental impact report. In addition, the city's project webpage was updated regularly and notification materials were sent to property owners and tenants and occupants within a 2,000-foot or nearly half-mile radius of the project. Newspaper publications also took place in 2 newspapers, the OC Reporter and OC Register. The applicant also undertook other engagement that was outside the minimum mandatory by the city. These included an on-site welcome center that was opened by the applicant, where approximately 200 meetings took place there. There were also 200 meetings with local and regional stakeholders, and the applicant shared that they met with representatives of 18 individual neighborhood associations on 18 separate occasions. Some of the neighborhoods that this project touches on or were outreach to directly include Metro Classic, Sandpoint, South Coast, Rosewood Baker, Morning Sunwood, Thornton Park, Wilshire Square, Floral Park, French Park, Republic Homes, South Coast Shores, as well as the St. Albans condominiums, as I mentioned earlier. There were also meetings with 12 community organizations and 11 business organizations, as well as meetings with various businesses on the project site who would be affected by the specific plan. During the public hearing segment of this evening's meeting, the applicant will be available to answer additional questions about their independent engagement efforts as well. A study session was held for the project on March 13th, 2023. A work study session is an opportunity for a decision-making body such as the Planning Commission, as well as the community, to preview a project prior to a public hearing. The study session was intended to allow questions and high-level comments provided by the commission. There was no deliberation or action taken at that meeting. Comments that were provided that evening centered primarily on infrastructure, improvements, traffic, permissible land uses, housing and fiscal impacts, parking, public safety, the nature of the subdivisions, community engagement, as well as retention of existing on-site businesses and services for the community. These images show illustrations of some of the engagement that happened at the Bristol Welcome Center. And these images show snapshots from the first Sunshine meeting for the project that was in September of 2022, as well as the second Sunshine meeting on this slide, which was more of a traditional presentation and then question and answer format. So moving on into the infrastructure and open space, these are critical components of a specific plan. So in order to support the development intensity contemplated not just by the general plan update and the South Bristol Street focus area, but by the specific plan as well, there's numerous infrastructure improvements that are contemplated for this area. For example, a right-of-way maintenance agreement will be required so that the owner maintains new public improvements, will address weed abatement, graffiti removal and vandalism, pavement, and other specialty lighting that may happen during demolition, vacancies of parcels, construction, and then post-construction maintenance of the entire project site. For example, the owner may elect to install specialty lighting above and beyond the standard lights along Bristol Street, Sunflower, MacArthur, and Plaza. The city is also concurrently, as I mentioned earlier, comprehensively updating the city's zoning code, and a complementary effort of that is the public realm plans, which touches on topics like street pavings, furnishings, lightings, placemaking, and all that. And the city's desire is that the owner and the public realm plans be uniform in the future so that it can really create a sense of place and a distinguished district in this part of the city. On-site infrastructure improvements for the project include new roadways, wet and dry utilities, so for example, routing for internet possibilities in the future, stormwater quality improvements, and the like. Off-site infrastructure improvements include new water mains, sewer connections, street lights, medians, trees, and sidewalks, as well as bike lanes, traffic signals, and street pavement improvements. In this slide, it's an illustration prepared by the applicant, but its intent is to show the transportation alternatives that will surround the property with new bus stops and bike lanes on 3 out of the 4 frontages that are the most heavily used, as well as new and modified traffic signals for the project site. So the applicant will be responsible for constructing improvements at intersections within the vicinity of the project site, and you can see those illustrated on this diagram. In addition, the applicant prepared a comprehensive traffic study that looked at 41 intersections in the broad vicinity of the project site, and that then identified 6 intersections that are in this project's vicinity for their fair share contributions to improvements. This traffic study evaluates standard and worst case scenarios and identified fair share contributions from anywhere from 2.5% to over 18% for funding improvements to those improvements. The traffic study does identify that one intersection at Flower and MacArthur will be upgraded with new signals. That's in addition to the image that you see here on the slide, but just farther away from the project, while another at Spruce and Segerstrom has already been identified for prioritization by the City Council for traffic signal improvement. And the Public Works Agency is with us this evening to provide additional details about traffic and other infrastructure improvements in case the Commission has any relevant questions. This slide illustrates what the nature of those public improvements could look like. The project proposes ample landscape buffers and room for outdoor dining and plazas along the major frontages like Bristol Street, as well as new bike lanes and enhancements to medians, and all those would be coordinated and collaborated very closely with our Public Works Agency. In addition, the project proposes an open space plan that, as I mentioned earlier, will provide up to 13.1 acres of open space that will be accessible to the broader community. The mixed-use and urban, mixed-use village core, which is the southern part of the proposed project, will contain the Bristol Plaza and Bristol Green, as well as portions of the Green Link, and an additional 4.3 acres of additional parkways, plazas, and programmable roadways for those special events. Think about some shopping centers and urban environments that you might have visited in your travels where there's bollards and smart technologies that create flexible roadways that for events or off hours could be made for pedestrian or cycling use only. The mixed-use residential north segment will contain the Bristol Central Park, additional portions of the Green Link, and again, more acreage, as I described earlier, for flexible uses. The design of the open space will feature programming for events and is designed to foster community with flexible spaces, furnishings, plaza, and programmable roadways. Other open space areas will feature passive recreation and green areas. Those are areas where one may just want to relax and enjoy some greenery, as well as retail uses fronting many of the open space areas to enhance activity and security. Think about the principles of like eyes on a park, where you want activating uses to be next to open space areas. Recommended tree species in the specific plan will produce height and canopy coverage for shade, with palm trees used intermittently only for ornamentation. And conditions of approval and development agreement will require recordation of public access easements as open space areas are constructed in phases, and these will ensure in perpetuity, as long as there's residential and similar uses on the project site, that the community would have access to these open space areas. In analyzing the project, Staff looked first to general plan consistency. As I stated earlier, the general plan update was adopted by the City Council in April 2022 and establishes a long-term vision for the City of Santa Ana and provides a vision for the site as a gateway into the city, designated as a high-intensity mixed-use urban village. The land use element contains 5 focus areas, which are portions of the city that were analyzed through a 7-year visioning process with the community to evaluate potential for new or modified land uses. This project and the project site is within the South Bristol Street focus area, which again, as I mentioned earlier, represents a major gateway into the city with opportunities to transform the project site into more mixed uses as I described earlier. Specifically, the focus area for South Bristol Street envisions a built environment with an additional 5,272 housing units with the following components: vibrant public outdoors open spaces areas that are scaled to the size and types of the projects that come through, dynamic and strong building designs creating a distinct impression, and development of office and mixed-use spaces of similar scale to those south of Sunflower Avenue. So that's from the general plan. The city's intent for this area builds off the South Bristol Street objectives to capitalize on the success of the South Coast metro area, introduce mixed-use urban villages, and encourage experiential commercial uses to create more walkable, bike-friendly, and transit-oriented developments, realize an intense multi-story presence along the corridor, and protect existing lower-density residential communities in the vicinity. This slide provides a comparison with the general plan, showing what the general plan allows and what's proposed by the specific plan. So location, it's within the South Bristol Street focus area boundaries, which allows up to 125 dwelling units per acre. What's proposed by the specific plan is about 90 dwelling units per acre, so it's just under that cap. The number of residential units proposed by the spouse or adopted in the general plan is up to 5,272. This specific plan proposes 3,750 and 200 senior continuum care units. A floor area ratio of up to 5.0. This specific plan proposes 2.7. And as proposed by the specific plan, the general plan also contemplates buildings up to 25 stories in height. It's important to note that the general plan calls out adoption of updated zoning documents and specific plans as a means of implementing the general plan through subsequent ordinances. The proposed specific plan is consistent with and does not exceed what is contemplated by the general plan. And in fact, because most of its 13.1 acres of community accessible open space, the proposed residential development falls below what is contemplated by the general plan. The proposed specific plan and its related entitlements implement the vision of the focus area. At left in that image, you can see the site's present zoning with the salmon-colored parcels being general commercial and the indigo-colored portions being community residential or commercial residential. And then on the right, the image shows in cerulean blue the proposed specific plan boundaries and colors. There is a small segment to the upper right on this image on the monitor. It's concealed by the inset, but there is a small segment to the northwest that is currently an Orange County Flood Control District channel. That part is designated by the general plan as open space, and the specific plan boundaries do not include that, so it's going to be left, if approved, as general commercial. But the development agreement does require an earnest effort to be made between the applicant and the flood control district to make sure that it's maintained and improved in a similar fashion as it is today as open space and greenery or plaza area. Development regulations proposed in the specific plan as well as its design guidelines will ensure high quality implementing projects are constructed within the project boundaries with standards in place to protect existing lower density residential neighborhoods. So for example, the design guidelines and development regulations call for concentrating the tallest buildings and the most intense mixed uses on Bristol Street and the southern part, away from existing multifamily communities. It envisions commercial building formats that allow for community serving and regional retail uses to take hold, such as large format neighborhood serving grocer, restaurants and cafes, and service uses, which represents a blend of some of the existing land uses that are on the site today. The specific plan will also introduce and produce open space on a site where currently none exists, up to 13.1 acres of new open space, which will be accessible to both the existing community and the site's new tenants. This slide, again produced by the applicant, shows the height of the buildings in context with the surrounding area. So the majority of the tallest buildings are concentrated in the Segerstrom Center for Performing Arts area, with the Plaza Tower capping out at the tallest at 285, and then those proposed by Related Bristol ranging from 85 feet, which is your typical 1 to 7 or 8 story building, and then the hotel and senior continuum of care uses ranging between 195 and 240 feet. In addition to the land use analyses presented here, this slide was also presented to the Airport Land Use Commission for their understanding as well of the tallest buildings and how they relate to the surrounding uses. Touching on housing production, as I said earlier, the South Bristol Street focus area envisions up to 5,272 additional units. The number that's proposed by this specific plan is consistent with that vision. In context, the state of California has placed an urgent emphasis on housing of all types. Santa Ana's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, for the next general plan housing element cycle extending until 2029 includes allocation for 3137 housing units. This allocation is for units to be constructed to support the anticipated growth in the city over this period. The related specific plan assists the city in achieving its housing goals in a location where high-intensity urban development is both achievable and consistent with the current and envisioned surrounding urban form that's promulgated by the general plan. The RHNA allocation for above moderate income levels for the 6th cycle, which is the one we're in right now, is 1625 units. The proposed development may achieve, if it's fully built out, over 2 times that allocated moderate for the planning period. Touching on inclusionary housing, the city has adopted inclusionary housing requirements known as the Affordable Housing and Opportunity Creation Ordinance, which applies to housing projects proposing 5 or more units that are located in certain sections of the city that were upzoned, such as through a city-initiated zone change or general plan amendment to allow additional residential development after November of 2011. The proposed project is located in a section of the city that meets this threshold and is subject to the AHOCO, or this ordinance's requirements. Under section 41-1903 of the San Diego Municipal Code, exempt projects, and 1904, options to satisfy these requirements, the applicant has indicated intent to select the option to pay in lieu fees at a rate of $5 per square foot of habitable residential area. And based on analysis of the project, depending on unit types and square footages, that could yield up to $18 million in lieu fees, based on the 3750 units proposed, and again, depending on their square footages and the mix of unit types. In lieu fees that would be generated by the project must be spent on the production of affordable housing in the city of Santa Ana. And I'll touch on more information on the in lieu fee during the development agreement segment of the presentation. It's important to note that the ordinance allows for flexibility in projects subject to a development agreement, and these types of projects are often larger and more complex, may offer additional community benefits through their agreements. So that's putting it in context why the exemption, quote unquote, in section 41-1903 exists. The project also does promote and produce community benefits. It is required that projects of this scale located in general plan areas such as the South Bristol Street focus area provide community benefits impact analyses in accordance with implementing requirements of the land use element. The applicant provided and the city prepared and/or peer-reviewed analyses on economic impacts, fiscal impacts, land residual value, and community benefits. So that's economic impact analysis, fiscal impact analysis, land residual value, and a community benefits analysis. Moreover, a market study was done to evaluate the project's economic market impacts, and some high-level outcomes of that analysis show that more or less the project's produced residential units could be absorbed by the demands of the market area, and that despite a net loss of about 115,000 square feet of commercial square footage, the reconfigured commercial spaces could relatively easily be absorbed into the market area. and that those reconfigured spaces could command a higher price per square foot than those today. Moreover, the market analysis shows that the proposed hotel room keys could be absorbed into the market given the relatively low vacancy rates of hotel rooms in the area. The specific plan is targeting construction of a 4-star hotel, and that is also addressed by the development agreement. Highlights of these various analyses include approximately 16,000 new jobs. These are indirect, direct, and induced. So think of a multiplier effect. You have individuals working directly on a project site. They may have offices that they report to. They may have sub-consultants. There's procuring and sourcing and all that. So there's a sort of domino effect in the jobs market. Again, some analyses put that number as low as 1,500, others up to 7,500, depending on various points in time that these analyses were done and assuming more conservative or more generous analyses. Despite a net decrease in on-site commercial space and an increase in on-site residential, one analysis put the minimum net direct annual fiscal benefits to the city at 500,000, more or less, or close to 600,000, while another put it as high as 7.8 million annually. Intrinsically or qualitatively, the project also provides enhancements of a key gateway intersection to the city, creation and developer maintenance of 13.1 acres of open space for the community, new affordable housing in lieu funds, and a new police department substation in that portion of the city. Now, touching on the development agreement, development agreements are essentially contracts that are negotiated between a project proponents and public agencies such as the City of Santa Ana that govern the land use, and it's regulated by the California Government Code. In addition to the requested entitlements, the zone change and the tentative tract map, the applicant requested approval of a development agreement, which requires approval or adoption of an ordinance. To evaluate the applicant's proposed DA and identify priorities for the DA's terms, the City Council formed an ad hoc committee in October 2023, comprised of 3 City Council members. This ad hoc committee met regularly until June of 2024. Review of a DA, because it's a contract, is a private process, but the extensive community engagement process and routine staff meetings with City Council and Planning Commission members ensured that community priorities were effectively communicated to the ad hoc committee and informed this negotiation process. The proposed DA is consistent with the city's general plan. Key terms of the development agreement address recordation, the term, which is one 20-year term and a 5-year extension option, timing or phasing, so release of the units in relation to the commercial square footages, similar to what some commission members might recall at the main place specific plan, community benefits, which I touched on earlier, as well as a $22 million community benefit payment that is to be paid to the city in a 3-payment schedule. Hotel economic benefits, as well as open space, the 13.1 acres of contiguous open space to satisfy the city's park provision and fee requirements. So the open space would be accessible to the community in recordation of multiple phases because the project site would be under construction during an extended period of time. So in lay terms, you want to do it in phases that match the open space that's built over time. The supplemental EIR for the project that was prepared based on the general plan's aspirational goal of 3 acres per 1,000 residents, identified a demand of 27 acres for this project, which is 14.6 acres more than the 13 acres proposed by the project. But the project will remain consistent with the general plan pursuant to a table within the general plan that discusses implementation and recognizes the challenges and difficulty in creating new open space and parklands in a built-out environment like Santa Ana, and provides for a reduction in open space by giving credits for parkland for public use as an incentive towards developer creation of open space areas that are accessible to the public. So action number 1.10 from the general plan encourages collaboration with property owners to provide public access and programming of on-site open space. So in lay terms, what the general plan recognizes is that in a built-out city like Santa Ana, the costs of acquiring acreage, developing it with parkland, and maintaining it for 50 years is very expensive compared to if this were a more rural or greenfield setting. So to contextualize that, it recognizes that when a developer proposes to produce open space instead of the city and goes above and beyond and proposes to perpetually make it available to the community, that should be taken into consideration when weighing the total open space that a developer is proposing and the city's position on that. The development agreement also discusses inclusionary housing at a rate of $5 per square foot of habitable space, contingent upon timely payment of that $22 million community benefits payment that I discussed earlier. And as I discussed earlier, the affordable housing requirements for the city can be altered through sections 41-1903 and 04, allowing for different payment of in lieu fees. And for projects containing 20 or more units, the in lieu fee is as high as $15 per square foot or as low as $5 per square foot if determined by a development agreement or using skilled and trained workforce. So there's a variety of factors that go into that rate between $5 and $15 a square foot. For this project, as I mentioned earlier, that would produce an estimated $18 million, assuming a standard configuration of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units. So in addition to the analysis that goes into a specific plan from a land use perspective, the state requires environmental review as well as consideration by the County of Orange's Airport Land Use Commission. When the general plan update was adopted in 2022, the City Council certified a final program environmental impact report, which identifies a certain amount of square footage of mixed uses and densities, such as those I described earlier for the South Bristol Street focus area. The final program EIR, or PEIR, is set up so that future projects in the focus area or citywide could be evaluated using tiering if certain conditions are met. So that's when you have a larger environmental document, and if a project comes in that's largely consistent with what was evaluated by that larger environmental document, there's no need to start from scratch. You look at where that last EIR sort of leaves off, and now that you have the specifics and details of a proposed project like this one this evening, you can do more in-depth detailed analysis based on that in what's known as a supplemental EIR. So a supplemental EIR, or SEIR, was prepared for this specific plan pursuant to California or CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, which evaluates project level impact. So now that we know after the general plan what the specific project is before the commission this evening, we can ask, would this project result in new or substantially greater impacts than those contemplated or identified by the general plan updates EIR? It analyzes short-term, long-term, direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts, and applies mitigation measures from the general plan updates EIR. It also identifies new mitigation measures to minimize or eliminate impacts. And again, that's because now that we have a specific project to evaluate, we can look at both existing and new mitigation measures for the project. So for the Related Bristol SEIR, a notice of preparation was distributed beginning March 17th, 2023 to April 17th of that year. And a scoping meeting was held for community members, and approximately 60 members of the community attended. Thereafter, a 45-day public review period began on July 6th and ended August 21st of 2023. The city received 15 comments on the EIR, and 1 was received after the deadline. The final EIR was released August 1st of this year, which includes responses to comments. So under the EIR process, when agencies and the public comment on an EIR, you have to provide responses to comments, which then go into what's called the final EIR. Mitigation measures have been incorporated to address impacts, as I described earlier, and a statement of overriding considerations has been prepared to support the City Council certification of the final SEIR if the commission this evening votes to keep the project moving along. So the SEIR's findings touched on all the chapters required by the state's Environmental Quality Act. So many topics were found to have less than significant impacts, but some were found to have less than significant impacts with the incorporation of mitigation, like cultural resources, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazardous materials, and tribal cultural resources. So for example, if during construction, any sensitive artifacts or remains are discovered during construction, that would require sort of on-site monitoring and sort of consulting with a local tribe's representatives to help ensure that the remains are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve through that process. That's very common throughout California. Moreover, the following topics were found to have significant and unavoidable impacts. So that's air quality, specifically resulting from construction and operational regional emissions and conflict with air quality management plans. So again, now that the city knows what is the specific project, as opposed to looking at it at a citywide level, we can evaluate this project's impacts. We now know what is proposed and what it takes to build a project like this. What type of equipment, what type of hauling, what type of demolition, where do you have to take the debris, to what landfills. So now that you know all that sort of detail, that's what triggers this sort of identification that construction and the emissions of this equipment will produce significant and unavoidable impacts. As well as parks and recreation. The general plan update identifies an aspirational goal of 3 acres per 1,000 residents for the city, and this project would not meet that ratio. So I want to touch on it, as I mentioned earlier, there are mitigation measures included with the final SCIR, and those mitigation measures address topics of importance and impact to the community and the environment that's required by CEQA. Examples of the mitigation measures in the EIR include addressing construction traffic. So for example, waste hauling routes, construction routes on city truck routes, not through city neighborhoods. Requiring the city to approve such routes, so they need to be coordinated with the Public Works Agency. Preventing unnecessary and prolonged vehicle and truck idling, so don't just leave the engine running for an hour. Equipment noise, even where you locate noisy equipment, and any other relevant and identified measures stemming from both this project as well as I mentioned earlier, the general plan updates, MMRP, the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Plan. A project like this, and specifically due to its location, it falls within the Airport Environs Land Use Plan. The project requires a legislative action, which is adoption of an ordinance. So the specific plan required consideration by the John Wayne Airport Land Use Commission, or known as the ALUC. On July 20th of 2023, the ALUC voted to find this project or the specific plan inconsistent with the ALUP, that's the land use plan. Under the California Public Resources Code, and pursuant to it, the City Council voted on August 29th of last year and authorized staff to initiate and complete the procedure for the City Council to overrule the ALUC's decision of inconsistency. And so to do that, you have to produce a notice of intent to overrule and give notice to ALUC that you intend to overrule, as well as draft findings of why you're going to overrule that. On October 24th, the ALUC responded to the city's notice of intent. And if this moves on to the City Council, the overruling action will require a 2/3 affirmative vote by the City Council. So what comes next? Should the Planning Commission recommend the project for approval to the City Council, the City Council would have a minimum of additional 2 meetings. The first one would be known as the first reading. That's a public hearing, which is anticipated for September 17th. Includes first reading of a zone change and development agreement ordinances, and then resolutions to certify the project's SCIR, overrule the ALUC decision, and approve the subdivision. The second meeting would include second reading of the ordinances, which would be anticipated for October 1st. So based on the information presented this evening and the analyses, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council adoption of a resolution to certify the final SCIR and its related components, an ordinance approving the zone change, an ordinance approving the development agreement, a resolution approving the tract map, as well as a resolution overruling the ALUC's decision. And based on that, concludes staff's presentation. Happy to answer any questions and proceed with any public hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ali. Do any commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Benninger.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm very glad to see this project coming to this point. A couple questions go through this, and of course, my ward is where this is taking place. And so you hit a couple of close notes to home, and I realize tonight is approval of the projects, but we're very concerned about truck routes to and from construction. We think Bristol to 405 is a great way to go, and stay off MacArthur. There's a lot of damage already done on that street, and we don't want to see more. We're obviously concerned about dust and also demolition. Just recently, we observed a project close by that evidently the person doing the watering was not there that day, and we had tremendous dust crowds in the area. To kind of just understand, there is laws that regulate that. Is a monitor required to monitor those activities when they do have demolition days?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Absolutely, California has some of the most stringent rules when it comes to construction and what you're referring to as fugitive dust. So monitoring is required during demolition and construction. Watering is required, and postage of signage that if the site is producing dust that's blowing in the air, that there be a prominently placed phone number for community members to call and report the dust. I'll also share that the city has an excellent relationship with the Air Quality Management District, and in instances where staff has noticed fugitive dust, we've called the AQMD and gotten them to come out within an hour to observe the fugitive dust situation. So that is required, and it's highly prescribed by the state.
I also assume as far as noise that there is a limit on construction hours, and that's a standard time
That's correct.
and place. Do you know what those numbers are, what that time is?
So construction is prohibited on Sundays by the city's municipal code and may take place between 7 and 8 on weekdays and Saturdays. And it's also prohibited on any sort of like federal or bank holidays.
I'm sorry, I should have proposed this first. I would like us to follow a 3-minute limit and then give up our spot and have the next speaker speak and go back from commissioner to commissioners until we complete. Can I make that as, I guess I really need to make a motion that we follow a 3-minute speaking limit.
Commissioner Benninger, to clarify, you want to limit commissioners to 3 minutes for their questions or comments to staff.
And then repeat once if they have more.
Do we have a motion to limit?
I will make that motion. I need a second.
For clarification, do we need to make a motion, or can we just agree?
As chair, you are able to establish the procedures for the public hearing process. So a motion is not absolutely necessary.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll establish a 3-minute time limit for commissioners as they state their questions and comments.
Chair, if I may, the 3-minute rule is usually more generally applicable to let's just say comments from a commission member. But in terms of asking questions, there's usually not a limit on the time limit on the amount of questions being asked by one commissioner. So just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to start off then and say I have used my 3 minutes. Manny?
Commissioner Escamilla.
But we can ignore what just happened, right?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, just to staff. So I guess one of the major public comments that we were hearing was really based around the traffic analysis. So I'm not sure if either Public Works or yourself can kind of just give us a high-level overview of anticipated changes in traffic volume. I know we typically use level of service as kind of like a baseline, but then also maybe hitting on what the potential VMT, so the vehicle miles traveled impacts would be with this particular project.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Escamilla. So we do have representatives from our Public Works Agency this evening that can discuss questions in detail on traffic, as well as consultants that help prepare VMT and traffic analyses. What I'll share is that the project was subject to a traffic study that was prepared in June of last year that evaluates roadway segments and intersections on both this project site and the surrounding community, and did identify certain segments of roadways and intersections that are currently operating at levels E, one of which is F. So the area, I mean, the traffic study does recognize that many areas of this community and that portion of the city under worst-case scenarios are congested and gridlocked. It did recognize that the project, for the most part, would not exacerbate or worsen any points beyond negligible impacts by worsening any existing traffic conditions, just due to, number one, the existing conditions, and that's just from a technical traffic study perspective. And number two, looked at VMT and the daily trips that the project would generate compared to the existing site, and found that the project, by virtue of the development that's proposed, would increase the daily trips for the project site. Nonetheless, the traffic studies are no longer required or part of CEQA analyses due to various state legislation that's come out, greenhouse gas law and all that. I think it's like SB 743 and 375. And then secondly, it looks at the big picture of locating residences and employment and shopping in close proximity to one another. So while an area may endure or experience increasing congestion, the miles that people are traveling in that congestion are less because the jobs, the housing, the employment is located closer to each other. By contrast, one would say Orange County is jobs rich, and so you have to build a certain amount of housing. You can either build that in the Inland Empire and have people commuting into Orange County, which increases VMT, or you can place housing near employment centers and reduce the overall VMT. That's what the state asks you to evaluate as part of the EIR process. But overall, the project did still prepare the traffic study that I mentioned earlier, which does recognize certain conditions. It also recognized the 6 intersections that I mentioned earlier for being contributed to for fair share, as well as just improved. And again, as well as other intersections that were determined to be infeasible for improvement just because of land acquisition that would be needed to sort of acquire properties from residences or acquire properties from businesses to like widen an intersection or build a new left turn pocket, let's say. So for the details of that, we do have our colleagues from Public Works here to walk you through any other questions you have.
Yeah, I'll take some time to get a little more specific.
Commissioner Leo.
A couple. Ali, you mentioned that there were 250 rooms in the specific plan. Does that mean 1, 2 hotels, or I would assume the developer would do 1 hotel because you can get it all in one, but they have an option on what they could do, but they submitted for 1, right?
The specific plan illustrates a single hotel in the specific plan area of up to 250 hotel rooms, but the specific plan is written in such a way that it says 250 room keys, so it leaves the flexibility if that were to be into 2 hotels or 1 hotel, it would be there. But what is illustrated by and written about in the specific plan is based on a narrative of 1 hotel.
My next question is, given this development, and looking at how the parking was set up, I didn't see specific locations for Uber Lyft, knowing the density of the project along with the shopping that goes on in the general area. I assume that the applicant will work with Uber Lyft to figure out where to do that, whether the drop-offs are on Bristol or on the other side streets. But just to put that out there as something that it's going to be part of this project, one way or the other. The other thing is, I had a question of whoever has been in the city longer than me. It's just 30 years I've been in the city. I can't remember the last time we built a 13-acre park. Anybody got any idea? I know, Manny, you've been around a while. The other people up here, can you remember the last time we built a 13-acre park? I can't remember one, exactly, because we're built out. So that, to me, is a big plus for the residents. The other thing I wanted to ask real quick was, there was discussion of the in lieu fee and our RENA numbers. The last email we got from you, we were well on our way to meeting our RENA numbers as a city council, and this planning commission and the one before it have been very aggressive about approving housing. We are well on our way. Are we over the 50% threshold already for this cycle for units, men?
We're approximately 2.5 years into an 8-year cycle. We're at about 74% overall in terms of our RENA housing allocation and meeting our RENA allocation. We anticipate with the projects that we do have in the city and our aggressive housing program that we have, we will be able to more than meet and exceed as we did the last cycle.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Commissioner Wu?
Can we go to the slide on the SEIR? The one that does what you can and cannot do, or which one will have less impact or more impact? Yeah, that one. Unfortunately, the question that I have centered around those that have less than significant impact, does that mean that we cannot talk about it, or we can't talk about it, but it's recognized that it has less impact?
Commissioner, you are free to ask any questions, and then if there's a need, we can answer, or we can also ask our consultants to fill in any gaps that we may have.
As far as my statement, I want to thank staff for doing such a good job of packaging this so we could have this discussion. My question is, like, we're a city, and the city is very diverse. In terms of the community benefit agreement, it goes to city council, I understand that. Residents have requested that all that money stays in this neighborhood. But we're one city, and we need to also look at the opportunity that community benefit funds should have on the overall city. The low income, in lieu of low income housing in this area to be built, there's going to be about $18 million, right? That means that they pay into a fund so they don't have to build low-income housing in this area. In terms of equity, my concern in terms of social justice is that are we one city, or we cities where we put all the low-income housing in low-income neighborhoods that are mostly made up of people in disenfranchised, marginalized minority neighborhoods? And if so, how do we become part of this community, which will have high-end hotels, high-end shopping, and I guess the rents are beyond the scope of most working people in the city. So that's a concern to me in terms of social equity. How do we address that? Should we address that? That's not to say that a lot of things have not been considered, but the ad hoc committee that did talk to them, I don't know what they talked about, who they were representing, and whether that reflect the entire city. So my concern is to raise this issue in such a way. The third part of it is in terms of open space. It's a very nice village with a nice walkable area where the residents will walk their dogs, and I understand that there will be delivery areas and concierge places where Pizza People and Amazon delivery will do it, so they don't have to block traffic on the main road. I understand that you took care of making sure that the trucks and workers don't go through the neighborhood. I understand that the other kind of mitigation is that you will have more trees that are more foliage. But the existing uses is an asphalt concrete shopping center, right? And we're going to put more concrete going up. Does that raises the heat factor when you have all this development on something that we just have plain asphalt now? Is there something that could be done to mitigate that displacement of heat by such a big development there? And so those are my questions that I'm just very curious about.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. In regards to the heat island effect, Heat Island as a standalone topic is not like a CEQA topic, but it was something that's incredibly important in this specific plan, as well as by the general plan update. Overall, is looking for ways to green the community. And it recognizes for sites like this, as you pointed out, that are 41 acres of either just rooftop or asphalt parking or concrete structures that, through redevelopment of these sites and through implementation of open space requirements of the general plan and whatever future codes the city adopts, there are strategies for mitigating that sort of effect, so that we can green, and not just green, but include canopy and shade producing trees that sort of benefit the community year round, whether it's summer or winter, where trees lose their leaves and you get the sort of like active solar and, better energy efficiency. And then your statements earlier about equity and that topic, as proposed, the $22 million community benefit fund, as well as the anticipated $18 million in affordable housing in lieu fees, are not presently earmarked for any one geographic area of the city, or for anything for that matter. It's meant to be for future use by the city council or the city's housing division, as depending on the topic, for sort of allocation as the need arises and as sort of priorities are set down the road.
I didn't notice any zero carbon planning. Is there a plan to address that, to become more zero carbon?
Since zero carbon is not a term that's uniformly defined, would you please elaborate on what you mean by zero carbon?
It's to reduce the carbon emission by being more solar, green, implementing more landscaping, such.
Short answer, yes, through provisions like encouraging green roof designs, the open space areas, and then just also reducing VMT.
But there's no solar panel proposed, right?
Solar panels are already required by the state of California, depending on certain building types. So this specific plan would not offer an off-ramp for that. It would implement those requirements.
So there's going to be none?
There will be, depending on the types of construction that are proposed and how the state laws implement.
Oh, okay, so the state law will take care of that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bao.
Thank you, Chair. Ali, in the staff report, it was identified that we were below the required parking for a project this size, but then staff worked with the traffic consultant to kind of identify existing projects within the city and in Costa Mesa that kind of justify why we would concede that parking ratio. Could you just kind of elaborate on, I guess, method of how we made that justification?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the traffic study and parking study that were prepared by the applicant did survey other communities in the vicinity that would be similar in nature to what's proposed by the specific plan, and evaluated their on-site parking spaces as well as guest parking spaces and the demands and times of day and times of week that they utilized. So to verify that and do our own sort of analysis, believe it or not, staff went out and actually did our own parking survey in coordination with some of these communities, and found that by and large the survey results were accurate, and that in many cases the amount of parking that was being utilized at any given day and any given time of week were actually below what was built. So using that, plus the extensive community input and concerns on parking, staff worked with the applicant to recognize their proposed 1.3 parking spaces to be constructed per unit, but also implement the valet strategies to maximize that up to 2.0 per unit through sort of smart parking, tandem parking, valet options, and all that, lifts as well, to sort of get the parking for the community for residential to 2.0 per unit if that need arises. So that's all built into the specific plan, and that was actually verified through field surveys by staff as early as morning hours on the weekends and late nights on weekdays.
Perfect. And along that line, the only thing that stuck out to me when I was kind of reviewing the documents is that there seems to be which the staff report did address, but there seems to be an inconsistency in the aspirational language of the general plan versus what the reality that's being proposed versus kind of what the number would suggest that should be built on this lot. So, I understand that, DIR addresses multiple facets when determining whether or not a certain project is appropriate for the lot or for the site. But to me, it seems like the ER identifies that given the up to number of proposed dwelling units, that there should be 27 acres of parkland or open space. What's being proposed is half of that, about 13 acres, which is great. That's not something that we get in the city often. But then the question then becomes, the general plan, the developer didn't maximize what the general plan would have allowed. So then my question then becomes, in a more general topic, is that would any project, would have satisfied kind of the aspirational language of the general plan for the open space requirement, or we would just have been in a deficit any way you look at it?
I think, Chair, you hit the issue, the nail on its head, because aspirational language is exactly what the general plan is looking at, policies and goals. As part of the follow-on process for the general plan, the city will have to evaluate what it's going to take for us to be able to get to, 3 acres per thousand, considering where we are now today. And in recognizing that the city is a built-out environment and that we're not going to be able to create land through greenfield subdivision or development, we have to look at how we can best create open space, but also to utilize existing open space as well that we do have and enhance it so that our residents can start to better utilize the space that we do have. In this situation, I hear you about the 13.1 acres and what the IR stated that would be required as the aspirational goal. However, I think to balance it and look at what the general plan also consider is that it does recognize the challenge of creating new open space in our city. When you look at this site, currently there is 0 open space on the site, considering that the development is built with surface parking lot as well as commercial pads. What the developer has done in this case is that they took all of the required parking, the majority of it, and has placed it below ground in a subterranean parking structure so that they're able to build the open space that is feasible for the project, but still is able to provide for a development pattern that their development goal is for a urban living environment, mixed-use village, and it's a walkable space. The amount and activities of parking that are on the surface is very limited to certain areas. For example, to be able to provide for lifts, Uber, pickup at the curb, looking at limited number of spaces that could serve major retailers along Bristol within the Callan right away, as well as providing for move-in locations. So that is how the project is able to maximize the amount of open space. In tandem with not only creating the open space and maintaining it, the applicant through this project is going to essentially maintain the open space in perpetuity. That has a value and a cost to a project as well. And all of those elements of creating the open space, making improvements to it, and then the long-term maintenance, making it available for public use, has to be considered as part of the question as to whether or not the project meets the intent and the policy of the general plan. In this case, the general plan, as I mentioned, does make provision for it, and we do believe that it has met the general plan's policy goal.
I do appreciate what's being offered. My concern just in general, not relating to this project specifically, is you can't, we can and we shouldn't kind of put on kind of unreasonable demand on the project. However, I believe every year or so, we reassess how successful we have been at implementing the general plan. And it seems to me like the previous year, we have identified that we're at a quite large deficit of green space. And my commentary on this is that, we're creating a larger deficit. However, like you said, there are justifications for it, and maybe potentially down the road, our general plan should have language that kind of incorporate that justification, so that when we look at how successful these last few years have been in terms of implementing open space, it's not such a kind of drastic number of this is what we should have and this is what we got. But there should be kind of a nuance like you're suggesting right now. So that's more of a general plan commentary. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Ramos.
Yes, I have a few questions, and if any of them are best intended for the applicant, please let me know. So my first set of questions are around public safety. So I know we heard that there will be a police substation there. Who would be responsible for paying for the officers that would be stationed at that police substation?
So the staffing would be done by the police department. The construction of the facility and the provision of its 3 parking spaces would be provided for by the applicant.
Thank you. And do we know if there would be private security in addition to that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My next set of questions are based on or are about the in lieu fees. So I know that staff during the presentation shared that there are multiple things that are taken into consideration when deciding what the in lieu fee should be for a project. Here we know that it's $5 per square foot and could have been up to 15. So can you share what some of those considerations were and why you all landed on 5?
Thank you. In working with the developer as part of the development negotiation process, staff work with an ad hoc committee of the City Council consisting of 3 council members. And we do share and address, discuss these various issues, including the in lieu fee process. While I can't specifically disclose all of the conversation, but I can generally say that the ad hoc evaluated the benefit of the project based on what is contributing in terms of housing that's being developed on site, as well as the potential in lieu fee that would be paid by the project at $5 a square foot, and the ability to couple that with the $22 million that is being proposed as a way of providing community benefit in an unrestricted manner, meaning that the city is going to be able to use that dollar, the $22 million, for a variety of public project potentially as determined by the City Council. In terms of the affordable housing and what it means on site, the ad hoc did look at whether or not affordable housing project in terms of the RHNA, and have we really met our goal as a city? And as I previously mentioned, we're about 2.5 years into the 3-year process, and we're already well exceeding and locating both affordable and market rate housing in the city. That's not to say that we don't need affordable housing, but that is to say that the ad hoc felt that based on the proposed in lieu fee, as well as the way that the dollar is being contributed, that potentially we can use those dollars better elsewhere, or looking at how we can use it throughout the city. We have an annual process of looking at administering the fund through CDA as to evaluate how we can best spend those dollars so that we can not only capitalize on creating the maximum amount of affordable housing, but as you know, it's very expensive to create affordable housing. And a lot of affordable housing project is highly subsidized through other sources of funding beside the development community. And that is through either public grants, through the state, through the federal government. Our dollars is better utilized to be able to leverage money using our in lieu fee as part of a seed program. I'll give you an example. It And, you know, the development community can fact check me on this one, as I don't have the most current information, but it takes anywhere between $500,000 to $600,000 to create an affordable housing unit. And if you take that cost, the in lieu fee, even as high as $15, won't create that many units if we were to use that money to directly create the affordable unit themselves. But if we're able to take that seed money and provide for it as a way to leverage, we can reduce that down to anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 per unit, thereby significantly increasing the amount of affordable unit that we can create with the limited amount of money that we do have. We also have a housing element that looks at our housing goals and the areas to provide for housing. So through those processes, the city is better able to refine and tailor the housing need towards what we feel would be most beneficial towards the city overall.
Thank you for the detailed response. And was the Community Development Agency, or more specifically the Housing Division, a part of those discussions too, since they're the ones that allocate those new funds?
So the Housing Division work with staff, not specifically on this project per se, but we have met with the CDA on these types of housing development. We also provided the opportunity for CDA to give us comments early on in the project, and these are some of their overall share recommendation as well. So what I want to say is that while they weren't a part specifically of the ad hoc process, the CDA was a part of our overall review process and strategy.
Thank you. I think there were some missed opportunities there. I also had a quick question on the RENA numbers, since those are being mentioned quite a bit. Can you please share whether or not we've met our RENA numbers at the 30%, which would be extremely low income, and 50% AMI? So those would be for lower income affordable housing units.
I can say that we have met and allocated throughout the economic affordability levels as established by the RENA numbers. So the answer to you is that at the end of this process, we will have met, if not exceed, all of those affordable criterias as established by RENA.
Thank you. And I have a few more questions about the development agreement. So I did notice that development impact fees were defined, but I wasn't sure if those are being paid. Can you please clarify that?
Define or defer?
Sorry, it's defined in the development agreement. So they're stated, it tells you what it means, but I didn't see it elsewhere.
The project will have to pay for all development impact fees as a standard project would, with the exception of the housing opportunity in lieu fee that is defined in the development agreement, as well as the park development fees based on the fact that they are providing the 13.1 acres of open space.
So those are separate from the community benefits package fee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Those are all my questions. Oh, actually, I have one more question. So I also noticed that, well, are any affordable units being provided in this project?
The way that the project is meeting the the AHOCO ordinance is that they're proposing to pay the in lieu fee. If they were to consider constructing the project, any affordable units on site, that would have to be something that would be considered at that point in time.
So what are the senior units considered?
The senior are just considered senior housing project.
Okay, because I did notice language that stated that if they wanted to convert the senior units to market rate multifamily, they would have to pay an in lieu fee. So why is that?
The senior housing, as you, in the industry, it's considered naturally occurring affordable units, meaning that they're considered affordable units by the simple fact that they are senior housing and limited to age restriction.
So would there be a rent restriction as well?
They're based on the affordability for seniors. As currently, there isn't rent restriction by our WHO or by our affordable housing ordinance, but based on their population they're serving, their affordability would have to be adjusted based on the senior income level, but not by the city or nor by the state. What we call, just like ADU, they're naturally occurring affordable units based on the population they're serving.
So would that be a guarantee that those would be priced lower than a typical market rate unit?
I think, as I mentioned, the affordable units for seniors are considered to be natural occurring affordable housing. Their rent is based on the understanding and the recognition that seniors have fixed income and is not going to be able to pay potentially market rate as a standard unit, but they are able to be utilized for senior housing development that meets that with their goal of providing for a population with fixed income.
Okay, and then just one more question on that. Are the incomes of seniors in Santa Ana considered, or Orange County, or is it like statewide or federal incomes for seniors?
I can let the developer speak a little bit more to their specific goal for the senior housing development project. So they are prepared to do that at the
Thank you.
point in time.
I'll ask some more in detail when it's their turn. Thank you.
May I ask a follow-up question that she triggered?
Sure, Commissioner Wu.
Regarding public safety, your response was that the police personnel will be paid for by the police department. Is that under their current budget?
The police personnel substation as proposed, the substation as proposed by the applicant is available to the city for use by our police department. As you know, our personnel budget is completed and allocated annually through the budgeting process by the city council.
And will any of the community development fee be used to subsidize it, or can we put a condition on that funding that it can never be used to subsidize the police station personnel?
As part of the project development impact fee process and as part of the project's ongoing contributions, should it be approved, to land values, to tax dollars that would be generated by the construction activities on site, the value of the improvements on the site, as well as any direct revenue deriving from on-site commercial activities. All of those are contributing into the general fund, and the general fund is part of the process annually where the council would then allocate funding towards resources necessary, including the police department and personnel staffing.
Well, I was concerned that, city council would offset any budget shortfall by accessing the community benefit fund, which is supposed to be used for community benefit.
To answer you directly, the community benefit fund is not a part of the ongoing revenue potentially generated by this project. The question you had was whether or not future police personnel would be utilized from a project-specific fund. The answer to that is that the project will contribute funding through revenues from tax dollars, from retail dollars into the general fund. Therefore, you can say directly or indirectly funding the police department citywide.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you. I do have a few questions.
Let me rephrase that. Providing city services citywide, so not.
On the same topic, if we can go back to the slide where it does the comparison between the general plan and the specific plan. The city has earmarked in the general plan that upwards of 5,000 units could be placed in a space this size. Granted, the specific plan is coming in under, but how did the city come to this number with keeping in mind that thousands of residents could live in the area? How is the city's budget ready to service these residents when they move into this space?
I think you answer that question in the question that you just asked. Is this area actually has the potential for a significant larger number of units and floor area ratio. The general plan at the time of evaluation and with the EIR looked at 5,200 units for the South Bristol project area, not because of that's what the cap is. It was because based on the evaluation of what the city felt could be feasible and can be absorbed by the market at the time. If you look at the land area, the total land area for this area, it allows up to 125 units per acre and up to an FAR of 5.0. The number of potential units, the number of potential square footage of commercial will significantly go over the 5,200 that was analyzed in the EIR. And it really was for a practical matter for us to be able to look at realistically what can be achieved and not through the EIR, look at a number that's not achievable. Therefore, potentially increasing the cost of development by imposing or creating impact that may never be there and imposing fees and mitigation to project, that unnecessarily for impacts that may not be realized and created by the full built out of this area. So it's a limited scope of what the general plan reviewed in terms of the development capacity. And what we're seeing is that the market is responding to the city by saying that looks like you guys got it right. And we are proposing something that has come close to what the general plan is proposing. And it's within what was considered in the EIR for the general plan update.
Thank you. My next question is regarding RENA and the RENA numbers. For a clarifying question, is RENA only for rental housing?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, it's housing production in general, so whether it's rental or ownership.
Thank you. So that leads to my next question. Was there ever an opportunity to allocate any sort of for sale home ownership units?
This was a topic that both the community, the ad hoc, as well as the planning commission has shared vigorously with staff and the applicant throughout this process. And there's a recognition of a desire for a goal of creating opportunity for ownership. For reasons that the applicant can better explain than I can, they can share the limitations that they have, as this is a land lease by the applicant, where other projects, the applicant actually owns the land. So through a land lease, it makes it rather challenging to create ownership if you only have lease option. However, it goes back to what was discussed in terms of whether or not and how we can better leverage the in lieu fee, is that we are able to take the in lieu fee and now look at options for both rental as well as for sale product and leveraging our dollar elsewhere in the city where that opportunity can occur, and the city can better determine that as we go through the process of allocating funding for housing development project each year.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for staff?
Yeah, just a little bit of clarification. Number one, the reason why I was pushed for a police substation in this area in order to make it much more efficient, so the officers didn't have to come all the way downtown, complete their paperwork, and then go back out to the area. So it's not a matter of to increase number of police, but rather to make them much more efficient. I would like to hear from Public Works as to what plans they have presently to work on the intersection of MacArthur and Bristol. I believe is one of the intersections you're going to do before this project. Obviously, as said by one of the commissioners, traffic is going to be a big issue and a large concern in this area. And I know looking at the ERI, that they're saying that traffic in the area is going to double. But yet none of our intersections are going to be worse than a D rating. I'd like to understand what a D rating is, number one. And then I'd like to understand where are the intersections that we have in trouble and what work is going to be done at MacArthur and Bristol.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rudy Rosas. I'm your city engineer. As Ali and team have described, the applicants prepared a very detailed traffic impact study, which was reviewed by my team. As a result of that study, all of the traffic signals on the perimeter of the project, Sunflower, Bristol MacArthur Plaza are being modified. So they're going to be upgraded to add left turn protection, new communication. So we'll get updated new traffic signals as well as, modified traffic signals as well as a couple of additional new traffic signals as indicated in the traffic impact analysis. Commissioner Beninger, if your question was to get a better description of what service levels meant or the specific alignment or design of these proposed improvements, I'd invite my traffic engineer, Zed Kakula, who can do a better job of explaining that level of traffic detail.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. So the level of service is based on a grading level. It goes from A through F. And just like in school, you want to strive for an A if you want perfect everything, right? But as you go down, a D doesn't mean you fail. It just means the level is a lot more congested, but it's a level that has been set by the mobility element as the minimum acceptable level. There are some areas where, excuse me, a level of service E would be allowed as well. But that's how they rank those. So that's just a way for us to identify the amount of traffic that is, or congestion, based on some kind of grading criteria. So that's what a D is. It's still considered acceptable and traffic does flow. It may be congested at times, but it is acceptable.
Is there any, I need something to attach to it. Is it so many minutes through an intersection or so many cars through the intersection? What?
It's more like a percent of capacity. So if you imagine, let's say you have a street or segment that it's free flowing. So you have 100% of the capacity available. As you start going down, it ends up being somewhere around 60% of the capacity is still there for a D.
And so do you concur that the worst we're going to have in this area is a D-rated intersection?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
Well, in the EIR, what they said was traffic going to double, but the worst of the intersections will be a D rating. I just want to know if you concur with that.
There were some intersections that had a slightly lower level of service, and those are 6 of the intersections that would be having improvements installed as part of the fair share from the developer.
What are the 6?
Let me read them because they're kind of fine print here. So it's Fairview and Segerstrom, Bristol and Segerstrom, Flower at Dyer, Flower at MacArthur, Main at MacArthur, and Bear at the SR 73 northbound ramps, which is actually in Costa Mesa.
It really is surrounding the project quite a bit. We're not right on top of the project. You are going to be installing some stoplights right next to the project, down Plaza.
Yes, there will be additional traffic signals, like Rudy said. Some will be modifications, some will be new.
Could you explain why those are being put in?
Just for access and control of the intersections. As you can imagine, crossing Bristol will be difficult if you're turning left or out. So that is one of the reasons they will be installed.
When looking at traffic, are you also looking at pedestrian traffic, crossing streets and things of that nature?
In terms of the traffic study, that is not part of it. It looks primarily at the capacity of the vehicles. However, in the design and engineering judgment, as part of the process, we do definitely consider pedestrians, the crossings, where they're going to cross, the length. And that is something that is, again, part of the process. We don't want to necessarily exclude peds because we're ped friendly, and they're definitely part of the mix as the process is going forward.
Well, I have a real concern with this increase in traffic and the more people living there and more people being encouraged to end up walking, of the increased pedestrian traffic in the area. I know at one time in some of the outreach, we talked about possible bridges over from this project into other areas which to take pedestrians off the traffic way. Did you guys consider any pedestrian bridges at all?
No, not really, but I wouldn't recommend them. To cross over, you would probably have people that would end up crossing underground on the floor at street level. It's an inconvenience for a lot of pedestrians. I typically see this in a certain place. I go to Mexico a lot, and I have seen pedestrian bridges, and where do the people cross? Right across the street. There are other enhancements that will be done, like high visibility crosswalks, which is one of the new standards we have in the city, makes the crosswalk more visible. So it really heightens alert of motorists and pedestrians that is where there could be potential conflict between the two.
Will there be any of those improvements going in with this project?
Yes, that is the city standard now. Thank you.
Commissioner Scamilla.
I'm going to keep Zed up here, sorry.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you're already up here, I was going to be all late, but you're here. So actually, to a lot of the similar points, so I guess one of my major concerns here is it seems like there's a very robust inward-facing pedestrian plan in place as far as the walkways, the paseos, the alignment width of streets, and all these relatively smaller blocks. But, just, I guess, treating the interface with the surrounding neighborhood so that we do, in fact, encourage maybe neighbors to cross the street and with those protected crosswalks, having, protected islands wherever possible. I'm not sure if we're including any of that within the mitigation document or if that's really more on the design side so that we're not seeing that currently.
There will be a new median on MacArthur as part of that. So medians actually are really good. Separates traffic, gives a little bit of a protection for pedestrians and crossing. It's kind of like a midpoint. So that is one of them. They're also going to be modifying some of the other medians as well. So that is part of the thing. And the other thing too, I just want to share, there will be additional street lighting. So that's going to make it a little bit brighter as well.
Okay. And can you also talk about, and I'm not sure if we have it in any of the diagrams, the new, is it going to be a buffered, protected bikeway along Bristol as part of this project, or is that a little bit further down the road then?
That will be part of the project. As the phases are coming in, there will be a buffered bike lane on Sunflower, as well as Bristol and MacArthur. So 3 sides of the project will have a buffered bike lane that will allow us, if funding becomes available in the future, to go from a buffered to a raised median, a class 4.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Leo? Commissioner Wu? Additional questions to staff?
I don't have any further question.
Commissioner Bao?
No further questions.
Vice Chair Ramos? Commissioner Scamilla?
Sorry, I was giving everyone time. Ali, your question. So I don't know that we've talked about it yet, but I'm just trying to kind of square some numbers in my mind. Did we talk about anything with the skilled and trained workforce? Just because, again, just reading through the Affordable Housing Opportunity and Creation Ordinance, there's already kind of a provision where we step down some of the numbers. So was that included as part of this discussion? I just want to kind of confirm what we have in front of us today.
As you are aware, the AHOCO does allow for different rates in terms of the applicability of the fee and how it's implemented. But it also allows for the developer to seek a development agreement, which allows for a flexibility level based on project conditions as well as the financial feasibility of a project. To answer your question directly, the applicant can better share with you as to their goal in terms of skill and trained laborers, but as part of this process and part of the DA, there isn't that requirement.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. Does the I invite the applicant if they would like to answer. I invite the applicant if they would like to provide any information with the 15-minute mark.
Chair Oliva, I just wanted to remind the commission now that the public hearing has started, if everyone just must remain seated at all times. If there needs to be a break or somebody needs to get up, then they can request you to take a short break.
Then I propose, if the commission will agree with me, that we take a 15-minute break and then return with public comment. So closing public comment.
Break? What the fuck are these people taking a break for? I'm ready to do this. Let's knock this sucker out. good project. This is a real If these bozos don't vote and approve this project, something's wrong with them.
We will resume the meeting. Where we left off, the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on the matter? You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Bill Whitty, Chairman and CEO of Related California. I started it 35 years ago, and since that time, we've done about 20,000 units and several 100,000 feet of retail, 70% of which have been affordable units. Two projects of which are in Santa Ana. Our first projects here, 14 years ago, the 134-unit Triada project we still own, filled in all the vacant redevelopment sites on Santa Ana Boulevard, and there was some historic preservation as well. And we're just opening Washington Crossing, 86 units, including PSH units, on a city-county site just by the 5 freeway north of Santa Ana Boulevard. So just really quickly, a few high-level comments here. We've done a lot of big projects, San Francisco, LA, other places. This has been the most extensive community outreach process we've ever done. We've tried to respond to as many issues and concerns, many of which have been discussed by you tonight, as possible, and we'll continue to do that. But I just want to make that point because we put a lot of stock in that. We are also a long-term stakeholder. We typically own and continue to stay involved in our projects. We're not just land developers, so we're looking at this for the long term. Two other comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Stephen O., our project executive. Although first, I should make this point. I want to thank the staff who's put in countless hours, a long, hard process, big, complicated project to get us to this point. So I do thank them for all of their work. First, and this has been brought up before, but before there was a development agreement, when we were just beginning thinking this process, we started out saying, we're going to build underground parking and have almost a third of the site be open space. And we're going to integrate a lot of the retail space with the residential. Now, in Orange County, people don't do that typically because it's more expensive to build. It just is. But we think it's a better project. It's more of what we're trying to do, something transformational, and I think it's more in keeping with what the city, I believe, is looking for. Costs have gone up, interest rates have gone up, insurance costs have gone up. We haven't changed our plan. It's still the core plan. We've made modifications, but it's still that core plan. Lastly, again, this point has been made by Min and others, is that we always looked at the whole spectrum of community benefits as a package, affordable housing and other things, which outside of a development agreement, a developer wouldn't have to do. It's all a cost to the project. They're all valuable. And as you've said, some of the 22 million is still to be determined by policy as to how and where it's spent. But it's all a cost. And that needs to be remembered. We do as much affordable housing as anybody in California, and I'll stand on that statement all day long. But we also know what it costs. The point was made, it's not very efficient necessarily to do it as part of an expensive project. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen.
Thanks, Bill. And on behalf of the Related Bristol team, good evening, Planning Commissioners, Chair Oliva. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with an update on our Related Bristol project this evening. I'm mindful of our time, so I'll talk a little bit fast. First, on behalf of our entire team, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the city staff, as Bill said, for their leadership, their hard work, and continued commitment to making Santa Ana a great city. It is the city's vision that the staff has implemented for the future that is evident in the general plan that has laid the groundwork and the foundation for a project like Related Bristol to become hopefully the potential of an implementing project under the general plan. I'd like to specifically acknowledge Executive Director Min Tai, Planning Manager Ellie Pejescore, Public Works Director Nabil Saba, Deputy Director Rudy Rosas, City Attorney Sonia Calvaro, and I could go all evening long to acknowledge all the staff that have been instrumental to our progress to date. Our entire team would also like to acknowledge and thank the several thousand community members, and I mean thousand community members, who have engaged with us over the past 2 years. We deeply appreciate the time and effort that they've taken to get to know us, get to know the project, and meet with us at various venues, whether it be a welcome center, at the different events we sponsored throughout the last 2 years, or certainly online through our website that we'll talk about a little bit further. And the important thing about that is when you step back and you begin to understand what we've gone through the last 2 years, is that this project has seen the collective input and efforts from thousands and from many, many different fronts, which is important. In front of you, each of you should have a copy. We made this travel size for the very first time, first of all. A little pamphlet that provides some information, and I'll talk through it and walk you guys through it. On the first slide, as you'll recall, we first introduced Related Bristol to the Planning Commission 18 months ago in early 2023. And over the last 18 months, we've taken the input from the Planning Commission. We continue to take input from the community, and we have worked with the city staff as well as the ad hoc committee to think about how we incorporate those comments into the project.
If we can quickly pause time, I am so sorry, Stephen. Do we have this as a digital so that the public can see it, or no?
It's in one of the public comments, I believe.
We certainly
To
have it
project it?
digitally if you guys need it.
It has been distributed and it's online as well.
Okay.
Trying to get it on the screen if possible, for the audience, but if that's not possible, so be it.
All good. Thank you. We can resume time.
Okay. Well, thank you. And so we've been working with the city staff and the ad hoc committee for the past 18 months to improve our project and specifically think through the community benefits and terms of the development agreement. And what you are going to hear tonight is the result of thousands of hours of collaboration between our team, our world-class team of designers, the ad hoc committee, and staff, with the goal of trying to understand or create a vibrant new destination and gateway for Santa Ana. What this project represents is a once-in-a-generational opportunity to redevelop a 50-year-old declining retail center that is facing existential and escalating challenges into a new destination for the community, for culture and connection, right here in the city of Santa Ana and for the region. But as thrilled as we are at Related about contributing to Santa Ana's bright future, this same excitement is shared by our partners, the long-term owners of this project that have owned this site for over 100 years. And it is part of that, it's their long-term vision for this project that they selected Related about 5 years ago to work with us to reimagine the center. But rather than speak on their behalf, I am deeply honored to introduce one of the leaders of their families and the matriarch of the Callens family, Alice Callens, who would like to share a few words with you about the history of their family as shown on slide 2 of your pamphlet. Alice?
Hi, good evening. My name is Alice Callens. I'm a proud member of the Orange County family that for generations has owned the property you're considering tonight as a future site of the proposed Related Bristol development. More than a century ago in the early 1900s, my grandparents bought this land to grow sugar beets and lima beans. It is on this fertile land where our family chose to make its livelihood decades before there were homes, sidewalks, and retail stores. As a young girl, it is here with my siblings and cousins where we played in these open fields. Our family has a long farming history and deep emotional ties to this property. As my grandparents and father often said, this is our dirt, and we're fiercely proud of what we own. It is why in the 1960s and early 70s, rather than sell the land, we decided as a family to build the existing shopping center on 41 acres to serve the new and growing neighborhoods of South Santa Ana. For the past 50 years, we've done our very best to operate and maintain this shopping center for the local community. But times change, just as retail has changed and how people want to shop and live has changed. What has remained constant is our family's desire to own the land for the next 100 years. To do that, we choose to partner with Related California, a first-class local developer with an impressive history of creating high-quality communities to help us look to the future. Today, we share the same long-term vision and commitment to create something very special for the local community, Santa Ana, and Orange County for generations to come. I am here tonight to ask you to recommend Related Bristol for approval to the City Council. As a Callens family member, we are committed to work closely with you to make Related Bristol a model for future growth in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you to the families for trusting Related California on this journey to reimagine the future of the center. It's a site that you guys hold near dear to your hearts and certainly to ours now. Commissioners, today, more than half a century after the families made the difficult decision to convert their farm and their livelihood into the retail center that's been here for over 50 years, we all stand here today facing a similar major crossroad and key turning point for the center. As we're all experiencing in our daily lives, the nature of retail is changing. That is informed by the increase of online retail, as well as the declining sales of big box retail that is not only unique to this center, but certainly experienced across the country and right here in Orange County. Think about what's happening in Santa Ana's own Main Place Mall, Westminster Mall, Laguna Hills Mall. Those are factors that are not unique to this center and shared. They are irrefutably macroeconomic structural changes that we cannot ignore about the future and sustainability of this center. I'm going to turn to slide 5 for those who are following along. You know, at the heart of Related Bristol is a vision, and it is the vision that I like to emphasize, a vision that's been crafted with a world-class team of designers that we're bringing together and assembling here in order to create something very special for Santa Ana. That vision is informed on slide 6. First is with the concept that it needs to be welcoming, a destination to all. Second, on slide 7, you'll see that we believe the project needs to be dramatically walkable, that creates people-first experiences. Having grown up in Orange County and shopped in this center as a little kid at Toys R Us, I recognize that cars play a big part of everybody's life, and I'm sure everyone drove here today. But we aspire, take one step in the right direction to reduce our collective reliance on cars by creating what is known as a complete community. On slide 8, we illustrate that concept, aspirational as it may be, to imagine coming to Related Bristol, where you might be able to do a few things. Walk your dog, perhaps grab lunch with a friend, perhaps visit the farmer's market on the weekends, as we might host, or go to the gym and grab groceries, that's included in our project, before going home. Whether it be on-site, or if you live on-site, great, or you live elsewhere. But all without necessitating the need to get in the car. That's what we mean by dramatic walkability, and what we mean by the complete community experience. Certainly, as long-term owners, we're dedicated to quality and design for the long run, and how we create this new gateway for Santa Ana. And finally, on slide 9, we want to create a new gathering place, unlike anything Orange County has ever seen. One that is centered around 13 acres of active, irresistible, and inspiring outdoor areas for the community to come together. That is the vision for Related Bristol. That is the vision that we have for South Santa Ana. We have, as Bill said, undergone an extraordinary community outreach effort that's been led tirelessly by a team of professionals that have sacrificed, nights and weekends and spent nights and weekends in engaging with the community. It is summarized within a community outreach report that I believe you've all received, and that outreach that the team has conducted has been multifaceted. It has included multitudes, hundreds of meetings, a welcome center that's been open for 2 years, open to the public, and a website that actually, as I recall, at our last study session, you asked us to have it in multiple languages, and we have. It's available in 4 different languages, including an online feedback platform run by a third party where we've solicited feedback. I'm just a little bit short on time, so I'm going to go fast, but maybe you guys can buy me an extra few seconds. We are proud that we've engaged with 23,000 visitors online. We've collected 1,400 comments also online, of which 71% are from those who live around the neighborhood, and another 12% work nearby. An astounding statistic. 80% work and live nearby. And we're honored to have received and been the recipient of 400 strong letters of support from a wide representation of folks, from neighborhoods leaders to community stakeholders, nonprofit entities, community service organizations, and the list goes on. There are a few things that we learned through that process, but I'm going to not go in that direction just yet. I would like to spend the last few seconds that I have to highlight the community benefits and fiscal impacts that a number of the community commissioners have raised. At its core, this project represents the largest private investment in Santa Ana's history. Say that fast 5 times. But it is also informed by $544 million worth of community benefits that were carefully thought through and structured through the development agreement. Said another way, those $500 million worth of community benefits are incorporated into and contingent on the development agreement and the specific plan that is before you. At a global scale.
Thank you. We're at time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll
Chairman.
go a little out of order and we will go to public comment. So, recording secretary, have we received any written communication, or is there a member of the public that would like to comment on this item?
We have received public comment before the 3:30 p.m. deadline, which has been distributed to the commission and posted online. If you're attending this meeting in person and would like to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak form and turn it into the secretary. If you're participating via Zoom and would like to comment on this item, please select the hand icon and upon being called, unmute yourself. If you're calling in and would like to comment on this item, please dial 9 and then 6 to unmute yourself. Chair, we have received 34 speaker comments and we have 4 speakers on Zoom.
We will start with the in-person comments. Thank you. I will call 4 folks at a time if you can get in line, and then that way we just have everybody approaching the microphone in a steady pace. I call forward Paul Sanford, Lindsay Gray, Pilar Aguero, and Alice Collins. Oh, you already spoke, so well, thank you. And Elizabeth Hansberg. Is Paul Sanford still in the room? Okay, Lindsay Gray.
Yes.
Please approach. And then I'll also call forward Irma Juaregui.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Oliva and members of the Santa Ana Planning Commission. I'm Lindsay Gray. I'm a project executive for Panco Builders. We're a union signatory general contractor and have been since our founding in 1963. We are signatory to the laborers, carpenters, and cement masons. And I'm here tonight to urge the Commission to recommend Related Bristol for City Council approval. Related has a long history including union general contractors and subcontractors into their projects. True to this history, We are delighted that Related has selected Panco Builders to partner with them on Related Bristol as the prime general contractor. Additionally, we are one of 3 finalists competing for the garage alongside 2 other signatory union contractors. We're equally excited about the potential of winning that bid. Panco has had a long history of partnering with Related on many of their projects, and we can attest to their firm's history as long-term owners, community builders, and their delivery of high-quality projects that survive the test of time. Related Bristol is exemplary to this. Related Bristol, as we've seen today, is one of the most exciting and impressive mixed-use projects we've seen in Orange County in decades. We urge the Commission to recommend Related Bristol to City Council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Pilar Aguero.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Santa Ana.
I'm sorry,
Planning Commission.
can you speak into the mic?
Sure, thank you. My name is Pilar Aguero, and I'm a proud resident of Santa Ana. I live in South Coast Shores, which is very close to the project and to what Related Bristol wants to do in our city. I'm a therapist and a mental health therapist by profession. My sons own a company here in Santa Ana, and my family lives here and goes to school here in Santa Ana. And enjoy our community. As a mental health professional, I have to say that what I have been listening to today here about jobs creation and about housing for low-income families and older people is very, very important to our city. That's why I would like to recommend that you can approve the project for Related Bristol. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth Hansberg. And I also call forward David Elliott and Claire Charbonnet to stand in line.
Good evening, Chair Oliva, Commissioners Escamilla, Ramos, and Pham, and the rest of you that I have not had yet the pleasure of meeting. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg, and I'm the founder and director of People for Housing Orange County. We are Orange County's Yes in My Backyard group, YIMBY group. We say yes to more affordable, attainable, first-time homebuyer housing. And for those who were not here earlier this year, I stood here and commended the City of Santa Ana for all that you have accomplished and the role that this commission and your city council. Santa Ana has done more for housing in Orange County than any other city, and you should be really proud of what you have accomplished. I'm also here tonight to encourage the commission to advance this critically important Related Bristol project to the city council for approval. This 41-acre mixed-use project is needed to create even more housing in the city, which is a hub for history, culture, and government in this county. The redevelopment of this auto-oriented suburban shopping center is a rare and unique opportunity to provide new housing in a high-quality infill environment. It is essential given the scarcity of empty developable land in Orange County, and projects like Related Bristol are the future of sustainability, both economic and environmental, in today's increasingly urban Orange County. I'm encouraged and heartened that this transformational project, with its unprecedented package of $544 million of economic and community benefits, including the 13 acres of open space, has reached this stage in the approval process. After 2 years of extensive community outreach, which we participated in, public presentations, environmental reviews, and millions of dollars in design work with the city, I hope to see this project move forward under its current design and benefits package. It would be a mistake to throw out those efforts given the requirements of the Housing Accountability Act. Whatever development were to replace it, if it didn't move forward in its current form, would definitely have the much needed housing, but it would not generate the same level of synergy or sales tax from the mixed use and experiential retail contained in the current proposal. The first step in moving this beautiful project forward is a recommendation from this body for approval. We hope that you'll help bring Related Bristol to fruition, transforming acres of asphalt into both a new neighborhood and a new destination for Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you. Irma Juaregi.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Irma Jauregui. Hello, Chairman Oliva and council members, commissioner members. I'm a community person. Some of you know me already. I also am on the Historic Resources Commission. I'm a resident of Wilshire Square. My husband and I have lived in Santa Ana for 45 years. We have raised our family here. He is a general contractor. I am in financial services, a retirement specialist, and in real estate for the last 36 years. Because of that, I understand the value, the enormous value of a project of this magnitude would bring many layers of benefits to the city. There's no such thing as perfection, let's be clear about that. But I've never seen a project that can accomplish so much. I'm also one of the 7 people that created the Pacific Electric Park that took us 9 years, resident-led only with the help of Gerardo Mued. So to have a park be done by a developer and then include all the housing and include seniors, it is amazing and impressive. Kudos to the staff because the amount of work you guys had to do, it blows my mind. I can't even think how much work you must have done to study this and come to agreements, but I highly approve of the project to support it. I have never seen a developer reach out to us and to the community and listen to us. I always have ideas and I throw them out like bridges across the street because South Coast Plaza has them very successfully, but that's talking to cities and complicating matters. But I think it's going to be phenomenal. Please approve it. Let's move a project forward. So we are a city of can do and not mañana. Thanks again.
Thank you. I call forward Nancy Morris and Jonathan Daly. David Elliott.
That's
Thank
it. I agree with the last 2 ladies, and I'm done. So good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Dave Elliott. I'm the President and CEO of your Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce for the past 15 years. On behalf of our 400 members and the Santa Ana business community, I'm proud to extend our support for the Related Bristol project, and we're excited for what it will mean for our local economy and should it become a reality. I'm going to be very short. I want to leave you with 5 words. Actually, one is 2 words, because you've heard you know all the stats, you know all the numbers. I can go over all that. I can, 18 million, 544 million, 3 billion, all that kind of stuff. You know the numbers, okay? But here are the words. Jobs. Pretty straightforward. Revenue, tax revenue, other kinds of revenue for our city that we're going to need. We have this thing called Measure X coming up in a few years. What are we going to do about that? Housing. We need housing throughout, not just Santa Ana, but Orange County, et cetera. Community benefit. We've heard a lot about that. Community benefit. And the last word I want to leave with you is image. This is a project that will enhance the image of our great city of Santa Ana. I urge you to move this forward to the City Council. I urge the City Council to approve this. At the Chamber, we've been involved and supportive of this project from the very beginning. Fact of the matter, I think our letter of support is the first letter in one of the portfolios for Related Bristol. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the work that you guys do in our great city of Santa Ana. We urge you to move this on to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire?
Good evening. My name is Claire Charbonnet, a proud member of the 5th generation of the extended Callens family, owners of the 41-acre property that is being discussed tonight as the site of the proposed related Bristol development. I am here representing the younger generations of our pioneering family, which traces its roots to the city's earliest days more than a century ago. Our family began as farmers, working the land to build a life in the heart of Orange County. Through the years, our family developed a deep attachment to the land and the growing Santa Ana community, working long hours to grow sugar beets and lima beans by day and to serve as active civic leaders by night and on weekends. To this day, our entire family feels responsible for being good stewards of the land that we are fortunate to own. At a young age, my siblings and I learned from our grandparents and parents that if you have something of high value, you don't sell it, but keep it and grow it for the next generations. Today, Metro Town Square Center, built in the 1970s, needs to be reimagined. After interviewing 6 development firms, our family turned to Related California to help think about the future of our center. They are a first-class organization, local to Orange County, and have vast experience and a long history of building incredibly high-quality mixed-use projects in this market and across California. Very quickly, we realized that Related shared our vision for this project. They also understand our deeply held commitment to be long-term owners. They have become trusted partners. Through this process, we have watched Related go to extraordinary lengths to engage with local community, to listen, gather comments, and answer questions. These are qualities of a good neighbor, one who cares and one who wants to consider all points of view. It is also part of our family's value system and approach to life. On behalf of my entire family and my extended family members, I encourage you to embrace and ultimately recommend Related Bristol to City Council for approval. We are ready to get started. We hope the city is too. Thank you.
Thank you. I call forward Kenny Nguyen, Richard Balala, and Tammy Fraze. Your name?
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Daly. These are getting really hard to follow. They're all really good, but I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm also a proud member of LIUNA Laborers Union. We are part of the skilled and trained workforce that will be on this project, and we're very proud to be a part of that. I'm here tonight on behalf of all of our members, our local members, part of Local 652. And more importantly, our families that we support that are at home right now. We would have a lot more members here, but they're all commuting, and that's why I'm here to fight for jobs to be local. I grew up here. I have a 1-year-old son, so we're a regular at the Santa Ana Zoo, and I absolutely love it. I love being able to spend time with them, and that's just not possible if we're commuting to job sites. I'm also, because of growing up in a community like this, that's the reason I wanted to enlist. I wanted to serve my community, and then I come home and I get to do this and continue to serve, continue to fight for growth, and honestly just see this community flourish and see what it can be and what it has been. So on behalf of all of us, we would love local jobs. That means we can spend more time with our wives, our kids, and most importantly, watch football. Football season is here. And I hope my wife isn't watching this online right now because I'll be hearing about it in a couple hours. But we're in favor of this project and we hope you guys are too. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenny Nguyen, Richard Balala.
They left.
Oh, okay, here we go.
They
I
got too
also
late.
call forward Kathleen Kalanif. I also call forward Kathleen Kalanif and David McLaren.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Frias, and I'm the president of the Sandpoint Neighborhood Association. I represent over 1,000 stakeholders in our community. While the majority of us do support the related Bristol Development Project, we all have our concerns about our quality of life, not only during the 10 to 15-year construction phase, but after it too. We don't want to be disregarded for the sake of progress and development in Santa Ana. We are concerned about construction trucks barreling down MacArthur Boulevard right through our neighborhood. You see, MacArthur Boulevard goes right through the middle of Sandpoint neighborhood, as well as the South Coast neighborhood on the other side of Flower. I know you can't see it very well, but this is a map of Sandpoint. This is the 55 freeway. This is where they get off. This is Main Street. This is MacArthur Boulevard. This is the north side of Sandpoint. This is the south side of Sandpoint. And you can see those trucks barrel right down, and these people are right up against that. We have problems as it is with large trucks driving down MacArthur Boulevard, causing the homes that reside along this major corridor to shake and vibrate, which then results in cracks to their foundations and walls. When we had the city repaved a couple of years ago, Public Works very graciously put down RAC for us to help absorb some of the shaking and vibrations those homeowners were having when large trucks passed by. We also have, it's not 100%, we also have a huge problem with traffic backing up on MacArthur Boulevard during peak hours. Residents have a hard time pulling out from Parton Street onto MacArthur. We desperately need a traffic light there. So we are asking the commission to amend the agreement with a designated construction route. Construction vehicles can take the 405 Bristol exit or Bear Street, totally bypassing all the residential neighborhoods. And this condition could be added onto the parcel map. And while I have your attention, you all received a letter from South Coast Metro Neighborhood Alliance. While not a developer requirement, we would like the city to make sure a sizable percentage, not all, of the community benefit funds be earmarked for the neighborhoods in the South Coast metro area of Ward 4 to be used for upgrades and improvements in and around our area. After all, we, our stakeholders, are the ones that are going to be most impacted by this enormous development. We, our residents, are the ones that will be inconvenienced, and that is what a community benefit is supposed to be used for. The community benefit is $22 million, and the city will be receiving another $18 million to go towards affordable housing. That's $40 million to spread around. And let us not forget that Santa Ana already has the highest taxes in all of OC, and the city will be receiving all the tax revenue from this development for decades to come. So there's plenty of money to do the right thing. We are asking the commission to please incorporate these conditions into the agreement and not approve until those conditions are met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathleen?
I'm not Kathleen, she left, but she left me her.
And your name?
My name's Lorena, but this is for Kathleen Kolinoff. Says, good evening. She represents the South Coast Neighborhood Association. Many of our homeowners live less than a mile from the intersection of Bristol and MacArthur and will be substantially impacted by the development. I would like to express my support for the related project, but we have serious concerns with the development agreement. We noticed that no funds were earmarked for the improvements into adjacent communities, and there are no defined construction routes established. We requested that 85% of the $22 million be allocated to the city, Santa Ana kept in the neighborhood surrounding the project. There are Santa Ana residents who have to contend with the everyday traffic, noise, parking issues, all environmental hazards, and especially heavy construction trucks. It's not for 1 or 2 years, but it will be 10 to 15 years. We propose that the construction trucks use the shortest route to the freeway, which appears to be Bristol and the 405, and not travel down MacArthur and Segerstrom, where many families live. The South Coast Neighborhood Association requested in a letter to the committee that the funds be earmarked for resurfacing of the wall on Flower and Sunflower and the deterrent from constant graffiti. Our association in Ward 4, including Sandpoint, Republic Homes, Metro Classic, Thornton Park, are also in need of improvements to their walls that are underground wiring, traffic signals, and resurfacing of streets and landscaping. We're asking the committee that before you approve this, to please listen to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I call forward Eddie Marquez, Krista Sheehan, Michael Collins, and Scott Melvin. David.
Hi, I'm David Mackler. I'm a Santa Ana resident, a retired architect, and I live 2 blocks from the proposed site. It's a fabulous project in many ways, but I have some serious concerns about, primarily I'll cut to the chase, traffic. Okay, we're all pretending that this is going to be okay. It's not. I lived in West LA by the Santa Monica Airport for many years and watched that become completely gridlocked and moved down here because of it. And I guess it followed me. It's my fault. But again, it's a beautiful project and very well designed inside the site. But access to that site, if you surcharge the existing community with 12 to 15,000 cars and people a day, not a single one of the existing streets serving the project can be widened, right? They're already near capacity prior to any development. Often traffic backs up on actually all the streets, especially going to the 405. Last night I got some takeout. I'm 2 blocks away from that site. I got some takeout over on across from the site. It took me 18 minutes to go 4 blocks. And this is before any developments happen whatsoever. I don't see how the streets will accommodate the surcharge. And the answer is gridlock. And who will be the face of that gridlock? I don't know, but I just hate to see this happening. And I'm very torn because as an architect, I appreciate much about the design of the project. As a resident of Santa Ana, I appreciate the tremendous impact the project will have economically. But I think it's going to be a horrible experience with gridlock. And it's probably too late, but I've been advocating for the last year and a half that the density be downsized a bit and the traffic really be studied, determine what is the capacity of these streets. These are vessels that can't be made any bigger. You can't pour water into a cup that's full. Okay, so this is going to back up and it's going to be a big problem. And I believe I'll be living in gridlock from now on. To say nothing about the great points the ladies brought up about the truck route and construction trucks. That's going to be even more difficult over the next 15 years. So, I just implore you, and again, I believe these are tears in the rain and probably not going anywhere, but I fear we're headed toward gridlock in this neighborhood, and it makes me very sad. And it's, again, I'm torn because I like a lot about the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I want to thank you, first of all. My name is Eddie Marquez. I represent the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We represent over 30,000 Latino Hispanic businesses in Orange County, and we've been around since about 1989. I'm one of the executive board members, and I want to thank the commission. It's been a long night, and I'm very impressed by your professionalism. You're very patient with everybody, so kudos to you. You don't see that very often, and so it's good to see the spirit as well and alive. Our chamber represents, as I said, 30,000 owned companies and businesses that provide opportunities for our members. So not only do we represent 30,000 members, but we're also part of other organizations that have a big footprint in Orange County. Santa Ana, by virtue of its rich history in the heart of Orange County and its large Hispanic population, has always been very important to the efforts of the community. On behalf of our organization and members, I am here tonight in support of Related Bristol. This is a special kind of mixed-use development that marries the best of what we advocate for: local investment in the community, significant job creation, and access to new opportunities and experience for all individuals. I could go on, but you've heard it and you've patiently heard everybody. The most important thing that I want to stress here tonight is that Related Bristol has been a partner of ours for some time now. They reached out to us very early, and they wanted to know what our needs were before we could help them with theirs. So on behalf of the Orange County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, we're very proud to support Related Bristol, and we're available should you have any questions for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Krista?
Good evening, Chairwoman Oliva and members of the Planning Committee. I'm Krista Sheehan. I'm the Deputy Director of Hope Builders, a Santa Ana-based workforce development agency. Across every city in the U.S., employers lack a reliable pipeline for skilled workers. And in Orange County, the same is true. Employers are constantly looking to build their workforce. At Hope Builders, established nearly 3 decades ago by the Sisters of St. Joseph of Orange, we believe that young adults needed to fill those opportunities are right here in our backyard. They simply need a hand up and the proper training and mentorship to navigate a pathway to rewarding work, self-esteem, and a future career. Since 1995, Hope Builders has transformed the lives of more than 7,000 individuals, mostly from troubled and challenging backgrounds, by empowering them with the job skills and the life skills that they need to launch their careers and thrive. And the results we are very proud of. 97% of our graduates enter the workforce and 80% retain their employment. This is a remarkable human success story right here in Santa Ana. And this is why Hope Builders is very excited about Related Bristol and the transformative opportunity it presents to our community and especially to our trainees. If approved and built, this mixed-use project will create 7,500 construction and permanent jobs. As important, the developer has committed to a first source hiring program where a portion of those hired are from Santa Ana or Orange County. Hope Builders exist to unlock the greatness of young adults in our community. Many of them have known only poverty, drugs, gangs, abuse, and broken homes. And while Related Bristol won't solve these deeply rooted societal issues, it will provide opportunity and optimism right here in Santa Ana, where nearly 80% of our graduates have grown up. So I urge you to join me in supporting Related Bristol and to recommend this visionary project to the City Council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I call forward last name Mulholland. Sorry, I can't read your penmanship. Lucy Calvillo, Judy Bartol. Michael?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chairman and the commissioners. My name is Michael Collins, and along with my wife, Astrid. We're homeowners in Metro Classic neighborhood, which is very close to the Related Bristol project. And we are excited to hear about this project and realize that there are going to be challenges with the building of it. But we're really looking forward to this opportunity to have a much nicer new center that has so much diversity to it and parks and things that we can go to. I rode my bike here tonight from that neighborhood, which it's neat to see the infrastructure building of more bike lanes and things like that being put in the city. I came from Irvine and we've lived here for 6 years now, and we like Santa Ana, but we also like to see the progression of this mixed use of additional ways to get around and more friendly to bicycles and walking traffic. And right now that center really is going downhill and is a challenge if you do want to ride your bike there or do other things. So we're very big proponents of it, and we hope that you guys do recommend it to the City Council. Thank you.
Scott?
Good evening, Madam Chair, the Planning Commission, and staff. I first want to acknowledge Ali. That presentation was incredible. Like the amount of information, well done, sir. My name is Scott Melvin. I am the Vice President of School Relations at Mater Dei High School. For the past 20 years, I've been a member of the Mater Dei community and an even prouder member of the Santa Ana community. For nearly 75 years, Mater Dei has been proud to call Santa Ana its home. From our humble beginnings with just over 100 students in 1950 to the internationally recognized high school today of approximately 2,000 students, our leadership has enthusiastically embraced this city. We understand that our success is due mainly in part to the success of Santa Ana as an economic, cultural, and social center of Orange County. And that's why we are incredibly excited about this project, this beautiful Related Bristol project in South Santa Ana, just a few blocks away from our campus. We believe that this project is unprecedented in its vision, its scale, and it will become the type of destination that our students, our families, our faculty, and our alumni, and our legions of Monarch supporters, right, Carl, will come to celebrate for years to come. Equally, and actually most important, I think it's going to be a space for entertainment and excitement, a cultural avenue for the city that I know that Travel Santa Ana is trying to build up and grow and make Santa Ana a destination that we know it is. What I also love is the 13 acres of open space. I know that's been a long conversation tonight. That's significant in the city. Safe, open space for our kids and our families to enjoy. As an institution and community partner, Mater Dei cares deeply about Santa Ana's future. I urge the Commission to support Related Bristol and move forward the project to City Council for approval. Thank you again for your time tonight, and God bless.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Cavillo. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I live within the Republic Homes, which is going to be directly impacted by this type of development. I am here to oppose the development. There is a lot of issues that has not been addressed. For one, everybody's talking about the $18 million impact fund related to the affordable housing. Well, there's not going to be any affordable housing within this community because it's all going to be rentals. And what happens with rentals? People move in and people move out. There's no long-term commitment to that community. And then most of the people that is going to be living in the community of the rental homes is not going to be working around the development because they're not going to be afford that type of rental that comes with this type of redevelopment. Nobody has made any comment about where the funds is going to come from that is going to be impacted by the school districts within and surrounding this redevelopment. Not to mention the amount of property taxes that is going to be increased by this type of redevelopment. There's a lot of people that won't be even afford to shop or live within this redevelopment. And to rezone this is going to be a mistake. Now, I do agree that it has a lot of positives, but it also has a lot of negatives. And those negatives is directly going to impact the people that live and work in and around this redevelopment. And unless that $18 million impact fund is going to be used for the surrounding areas is wrong. Because we are the ones that is going to be directly impacted by the construction, the safety, and the environmental issues that is going to come along with this redevelopment. And that's all I have to say. Because the majority of the people here is all support it. But the ones that are not for it is all back at home.
Thank you.
Because they have to work.
I call forward Logan Crow, Claudette Black, and Larry Rain. Judy?
Good evening, Chairman Olivia and commissioners. My name is Lana Munholland, and I'm the property manager of Metro Town Square.
and which is located in Santa Ana. I'm here again tonight on behalf of the nearly 100 tenants that are at our center to thank you for finally holding this hearing to consider the Bristol-related project to transform our 50-year-old center into a vibrant mixed-use destination that will be a model for future growth and a new gateway to Santa Ana. As you know, our aging 41-acre retail center, which historically has been one of the most important sales tax generating centers in all of Santa Ana, is desperately in need of a major change to prevent future store closures and sale declines. Related Bristol, with its walkable, people-first design and 13 acres of programmed open space, along with apartments, new shops, restaurants, and everyday services, is an answer to what ails our once proud center. Nearly all of the leases at our center expire in 2025. To that end, Related California has been meeting every single tenant for nearly 2 years. They have presented the Related Bristol vision and the plan to phase construction commencing in 2026 over 10 years. Many tenants are excited, and some have expressed a desire to be part of the new community going forward. However, this process has taken so long than expected, creating uncertainty about future, with some of the tenants choosing to leave the center, unable to wait any longer for project approval. This is why I'm excited tonight that we are finally at this stage. The city should be too, because it is facing a major budget shortfall. In the near future, with Measure X expires, Related Bristol, with 350,000 square feet of retail, will generate an estimated $11 million annually in new net revenue to the city once built. That will go a long way to help the city's budget issues. Related Bristol is a win-win-win for the tenants, the city, and most importantly, the customers who depend on this center. I ask you to recommend Related Bristol to the City Council for approval. I'm very excited about this project, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Logan?
Hi. Good evening, Roman Oliva, and honorable members of the Santa Ana Planning Commission. My name is Logan Crow. I'm the Executive Director of the Frida Cinema in downtown Santa Ana, as well as the Chief Coordinator of its monthly community event, DTSA First Saturday Art Walk. As has been evidenced extensively by countless studies, the arts have a tremendous power to connect, enrich, and transform not only the individual, but communities as well. During the past 2 years, I have come to appreciate Related's genuine interest in the arts, which was initially communicated through their direct support of and participation at the monthly Art Walk in our historic downtown. Throughout several meetings with their team, I was further fortunate to learn more about their visionary redevelopment proposal, Related Bristol, and to see their impressive renderings and models of this expansive campus to come. Specifically, at the heart of the reimagining of an existing 50-year-old shopping center are 13 acres of public open space, which will be actively programmed and accessible, not just to those who live at Related Bristol, but to all. This planned open space amounts to the equivalent of nearly 12 football fields and would be allocated for all manner of public art displays, music and theatrical entertainment, craft fairs, summer movie nights, farmers markets, or simply walks and gatherings with family and friends. In one of the region's most densely populated cities that is sorely lacking in available land to create such expansive parks and open space for the health and wellness of its community, Related Bristol's blueprint feels to me like a gift to be embraced. What's more, their team has made it clear in their conversations with me and fellow partners that they are interested in engaging and partnering with local artists, galleries, schools, arts leaders, educators, and organizations like the Frida to lend their own visions for the activation of these open spaces and to have opportunities to do so with a willing and supportive host venue partner. Related California has struck me as a company that understands and values the importance of the arts in local collaboration and partnerships, and in the creation of spaces to nurture, display, pursue, and celebrate creative expression and passion for all individuals, And I've been excited for a while now about the many possibilities Related Bristol would create to that end. So I ask you this evening, as both a lifelong and passionate advocate for the arts, and as a proud resident of Santa Ana who avidly supports these sorts of opportunities for cultural enrichment in our community, to join me in supporting Related Bristol and recommend its approval to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I call forward Dale Helvig, Ana Padilla, and Mario Alvarado. Larry?
I'm Larry Ryan, and I live within the neighborhood just north of the fire station there on MacArthur. We've owned our home there, my wife and I, for over 30 years now. We're not opposed necessarily to this site, but it changes the character and nature of the neighborhood a lot. This type of density, I'm not sure it's really good for the city. You look at some of the developments they've done up around Anaheim and the stadium and stuff, they're not real pretty. They're not real nice. They're similar density. 13 acres, everybody keeps saying how great that is. That's really not very large when you're talking about adding another 8,000 people right next to it. But I have some comments. My real request is if you just not necessarily not approve it, but if you just delay the approval for a while so that we have more time to look at it. I understand from what's been said, there has been a lot of meetings, but for some reason, myself and most of my neighbors have missed out on that. When I talk to them, they say, hey, do you hear what they're doing next door? Wow, what's going on, And I heard at last Sunshine meeting, there was 90 people attended. Well, there's probably 10,000 plus people within an area of here. 90 people is not a lot to have attended any meeting. But anyway, just go on with my comments. One, the first is the notice that I received. It said it was sent out to within 1,000 feet of the development. Does 1,000 feet seem very adequate for some type of development that's going to affect a huge area? Seems like 3/4 of a mile would have been more appropriate. And again, a lot of the density. That's one of my biggest concerns. And also, will future population growth support this type of thing? You hear California's gone from 40 million to 60 million in 20 years, but then the latest things, it's flat. It's going to go from 40 million to 40 million. And you've probably heard a lot about what's going to happen with overflow parking. I know the state says you can't require more than 1.3 spaces per unit, but that hardly seems like enough. Is that overflow parking going to go into our neighborhoods? And I was really glad to hear that the Bear Street exit in 73 was being looked at. I think that's very important. I also noticed that there's wide sidewalks around all of this area, and I believe that's very important. And I was very pleased to see that a lot of consideration regarding the bus stops was being made. You quickly look at the plan and you think, how is traffic going to get in and out of this site? I hope your traffic plans are as good as you described them.
Thank you for your comment, Larry. We'll move on to...
I've got a few more, but...
Oh, your time's up. We're doing 3 minutes per public comment.
Okay.
I call forward Dale.
I've sent in the written comments, and
We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
you haven't heard some of these that have not been said by anybody else, but that's...
Thank you. Dale?
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, City staff. I'd like to start off by thanking the Callan family. They had a choice of evidently 6 developers, and I think you picked the best one. Related of California is by far head and shoulders above other developers that I've seen in Santa Ana, so I appreciate it. And Bill and Stephen also mentioned that they've done a lot of community outreach, and I can attest to that because I heard about this project over 2 years ago, and I live up in Park Santiago, north end of town. And, I went down to their center, saw their project. I've gone to the Sunshine meetings, I've participated in the EIR, and it's a great project. It's got to go forward, I think. It's been a long time coming. They have done their due diligence. They've worked hard with the city staff, and the city staff has done a great job in getting us to this point. I know it's taken a little bit longer than some people desired, but good things take time, I think. So I'm hoping that you guys go ahead and approve the 5 issues that are before you tonight, send it on to City Council so they can start taking a look at it and get it approved on the time schedule that you guys propose for the September 17th City Council and sometime in October. But I fully endorse this project, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Thank you. I call forward Mario Alvarado, Alex Vallejo, and Frank Montes. Anna?
Good evening, Chair Oliva and Commissioners. My name is Ana Laura Padilla, and I am a resident of this beautiful city of Santa Ana, also a business owner in the downtown, and a chair for the Commissioner of Community Development and Housing at the city as well. I am here today to express my support for the Related Bristol redevelopment project. Over the past 2 years, I have been attested and witnessed the incredibly involvement that the team from Related Bristol have shown to the community. To several meetings, to seeing them in every single event that I go, and they're always very open for meetings, for questions, for feedback. So seeing that from a developer, so it's great. As well, this project is not just about the new buildings or the modern infrastructure. It's about creating a new gateway for Santa Ana. A gateway that will invite the residents and visitors to live, shop, and enjoy the space that feels truly connected to our community. This will help the city with the much needed housing, but the very much needed economic development that we need. I know you have heard a lot tonight, and I appreciate your guys' commitment to these long meetings. So I kindly ask you to move this item for further consideration at the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Alvarado, Alex Vallejo, and Frank Montes.
Good evening. My name is Mario Alvarado. I'm a lifelong Santa Ana resident, father of 3, small business owner. I also chair the Environmental Transportation Advisory Commission here with the City of Santa Ana, part of the Public Works team. And I'm here to express my support for the Related Bristol. More importantly, as a commissioner myself, I understand that we're appointed by our elected officials to vote based on their ideologies, to vote based on their guidance. Sometimes they might not understand what is happening in this spectrum of the world with development and construction. And then that becomes you as the experts to go back and give them the feedback and kind of guide them where they need to vote and how to support. And so your vote today will actually be a reflection of your elected officials. And so many of the people in the audience, including labor, has come out here in support, and a lot of the businesses that come out. And so I want to remind that many of our elected officials, I believe all of them, have said that they support labor, that they support economic development. And so again, I remind you that your vote today is going to be a reflection of what their ideology is. Lastly, I want to point out that the project has been sitting in the outskirts for several years. And what we're doing here today, what this body is doing here today, is not making a final decision on moving the project forward to a final phase. This is to allow them into the room to sit down at the table. And so all the issues that the residents are bringing up, we hash those out at the table, right? But before that, two parties can come together, we need to allow them to come and sit down. And so that's going to happen today. Hopefully, we can move this forward to City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tony Vera, Chantel Andrews, and Carlos Ortiz, and Lorena Villaduri. Hi, your name?
Hi, my name is Tony Pera.
Thank you to the council members or commissioners here tonight, and also to the presenters. Learned a lot about it. I wanted to echo what some people have shared regarding and more or less just urge Related California to do the right thing. It sounds like everybody's got a lot of good things to say about Related California. I'm a resident of Sandpoint neighborhood. For this purposes, it's basically Flower and MacArthur, and I just wanted to urge, Related California with those construction routes to make sure that they're not going down MacArthur. That street cannot use any more beat down than it already has. And I guess I want to get from where we are now to the completion of the project as soon as possible. I think that getting from A to C is absolutely imperative here. And again, urging Related to California to do the right thing too with some of the money that's being spent. They talked about the $5 per square foot in lieu. And I would ask maybe there's some sort of like $2 per square foot in lieu that could go towards the immediate surrounding residents. I feel like as a surrounding resident, like I want to get excited about this project because the reality is it's going to be a great thing in the end. But like I said, getting from A to C is going to be very difficult, and that intermediary time, there's going to be a lot of headache and agony for the local residents. So that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Chantal Andrews?
Yo, mi inglés no es muy bueno y quisiera si puedo tener a alguien que pueda
Carlos
traducir.
Ortiz. Carlos Ortiz.
Ajá.
Ok, sí, tenemos alguien que nos pueda hacer la traducción.
Perfecto. Bueno, yo soy uno de los felices residentes de Santa Ana y vivo precisamente en Flower y MacArthur, y de antemano ya con el tráfico normal y los carros que pasan ahí, miramos, sigo, ¿verdad? Miramos que ya estamos afectados de alguna manera porque las casas se miran con grietas y el ruido siempre es constante. Entonces, urge que se haga algo y también se piense en residentes como nosotros que vivimos en esa área. Sería ya demasiado que hubiera más troques pesados pasando por ahí. Siempre vibra el terreno, la casa cuando pasan los troques y solamente pensamos que fuera una buena idea el que hubiera una ruta alterna y no se ocupara MacArthur como vía para transporte cuando sea la construcción.
Muchas gracias. Will we have interpretation on
Yes,
the
this is
screen?
the English interpretation of the last speaker. Hello, I'm a happy resident from Santa Ana. I live by MacArthur and Flower. And I just want to say that with normal traffic, there's too many cars, and we will be affected by this. Our homes, some of them have cracks, and there'll be a lot of noise, constant noise during the construction. So we're asking you to do something urgently because there will be too many trucks, heavy trucks that would be going by our homes. It would shake our houses a lot, and right now we have some shaking when heavy trucks go by. So it would be a good idea to have alternate routes and not use MacArthur as a construction route.
Thank you. I will do a final call for speakers. Oh. Please approach the microphone, Lorena. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorena, and I live in Republic Homes. When the project was first announced, we started having more frequent meetings in my neighborhood. What was nice to see, that when we first brought it to the table, there was some people that were concerned and upset. But at this point, the last meeting that I had, I asked them to raise their hand if anybody had any concerns. And I had one person just half wave their hand, so that was nice to see. Shortly after we started, we also brought together the community, like all the other neighborhood presidents, and we were meeting once a month. So we've actually been watching this project as it's developed very closely. We're excited about it. We know it's going to be beautiful. We are asking for some of the funds, not all the funds, to stay within our ward. We're asking for some walls to be built. When you have this beautiful project and you go down the street and you see a wall falling, we just want to have some of our things upgraded. So I'm hoping that you would consider having maybe some of the money allocated to our ward. And that's it.
Thank you. Chantal?
I did fill out a form. I think maybe you misread my name, but.
I have Claudette Black
No,
and Judy.
Well, my name is Molly Morris. I think you read it as maybe Nancy.
I want to say I said Nancy. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
Shame on my bad penmanship. Good evening, Chairwoman Oliva and members of the Santa Ana Planning Commission. My name is Molly Morris, and I am the Vice President of Operations for Johnstone Moyer, a Santa Ana-based general contractor. We provide professional construction services with an office right here in Santa Ana on MacArthur and Fairview. I believe also at the border of Council Members Fawn and Becerra's wards. Our firm was launched 22 years ago, and we've had the privilege and good fortune to work on multiple residential projects here in Santa Ana, as well as the neighboring Orange County neighborhoods. Since 2021, we have completed roughly 750 new units, and when we are scheduled to deliver another 250 by the end of the year, which provides new residents for an equal number of Santa Ana residences, as well as has provided thousands of jobs. Most importantly, we employ hundreds of people and hire thousands more, including laborers, carpenters, and other trades that live in the Santa Ana and other surrounding communities of Orange. We work with committed developers like Related to bring their vision to fruition. To that end, the Bristol project in Santa Ana promises to deliver tremendous economic and community benefits to our city. And I'm here tonight to urge the commissioners to recommend the project for approval. Additionally, we ask that the city to ensure that there is an equal opportunity for all contractors, both union and non-union, to be able to compete for the work. We understand there have been discussions about the developer being encouraged to implement a labor agreement. If true, this would restrict opportunities for Santa Ana and surrounding Orange County residents to earn this work. That said, we are excited that the city of Santa Ana is considering approving a project of this magnitude. And it's a project that ultimately would prove to become a landmark destination and provide not just homes, but jobs for thousands of people. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I will do a last call for speakers. We have Kenny Nguyen, Richard Bala, Alex Vallejo, Chantel Andrews, Judy Bartol, Frank Montes, and Claudette Black. Is anyone still in the audience? We will move over to Zoom.
Ashkan, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Faintly, a little louder.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Your voice is very soft, but we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for the time. My name is Ashkan, and I represent a small community down Sunflower. It's called South Coast Terrace. There's 3 down off of Stevens Avenue. I'm going to comment on, while supporting this project, just, I'd like us to take the comments around traffic and parking more seriously. The residents of the community I represent at South Coast Terrace are now every night spending hours looking for parking because there's a very small amount of public parking, curbside parking available. But also when that complex was built, it was built with a guideline of 1.5 parking spaces per unit, which in practice with mostly 2 and 3 bedroom units in there. And I didn't see a unit breakdown for the residential part of this project. So that's something I'll be interested in seeing. Still ended up being a very small, inadequate number of parking spaces. So I just wanted to say, while there's a lot of excitement around economic developments and the benefits it's going to bring to the city, we may not be able to realize those. And in fact, we may harm the community if we do not take the traffic and the parking considerations that everyone's brought up. This is going to be a 10-year development project. And if within those 10 years, we're going to have gridlocks every day and we're going to have issues with parking every day, what we're going to actually end up seeing in that 10 years until this comes to fruition is going to be an undesirable area at this cross street. And so, whether it's through the development agreement or other means, this is not a comment to stop the project, but it is to take the considerations around traffic and parking seriously and build those into the plan before approving and recommending for the city council.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alex Garber, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Alex Garber, and I live in the Aspen community across the street from the development, and I am here speaking in support of the project. The 2 main things that I love about this community is the walkability and the opportunity it gave me as a young professional to move close to where I work. And since I moved here almost 6 years ago, rents have increased dramatically, and the best way to help new young professionals move into this area is to develop more housing, and this is what this project does. Additionally, the thing that really drew me here was the fact that I could walk to the places I wanted to go and not have to get into my car, and this only improves the options that I have available to me. A walkable path that is much more desirable than the sidewalks that are there today. Being able to walk through a park and the greenery is something I'm really excited about, and I think is going to really develop and rejuvenate this community. And additionally, the bike paths and other alternative modes of transportation that this project is helping encourage is, I think, really going to be a big benefit to this community. So for young professionals, this development is exactly what we're looking for, and I think is going to be what really helps bring in new and young blood to fill in the roles that many people who are speaking today are saying that they need and desire. So I really hope that you approve this project and help people like me get their first start on their professional career. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ward 4 resident.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I am a Ward 4 resident. While I commend Related Bristol for employing union labor, which helps keep our workers from having to commute to LA and for creating additional green space in our community, I still have some concerns. Firstly, the project does not include any units that would be affordable for working class residents who are in the greatest need of new housing opportunities. This raises the question of why Related Bristol isn't paying the full in lieu fee of $15 per square foot as opposed to the $5 fee they are currently proposing, especially if they claim to be committed to affordable housing. I'm also concerned about traffic congestion, particularly around the In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A area on MacArthur and Bristol. MacArthur Boulevard already experiences significant congestion and is a known hotspot for street racing, an issue that my councilman Becerro has still not addressed. And this is an issue that the developers should take into consideration, especially if this is going to be a route for construction vehicles. Finally, I have serious concerns regarding the proposed police substation. The Santa Ana Police Department already has a history of policing community members in several parks within my ward, and I fear this could exacerbate the issue. Just last week, while on my walk, I saw SAPD pester some community members who were simply lying on the grass at Bomo Corral. I fear if myself and other people did not bear witness, SAPD would have escalated that issue. I hope the issues I have brought forth today are seriously considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
We don't have any more speakers.
Okay. Applicant, okay. We welcome the applicant to come up and to answer any of the questions that were posed through the public comment or any comments made. Oh, we have another speaker on Zoom. Can you state your name?
Jenny? I'm sorry, I couldn't get off of unmuted. I thought you would do it, and I didn't realize I had to do it.
Hi,
I'm
can you
calling
please share your
to just
name?
say a little bit more about the impact on the surrounding community. I think a lot has been said, but it needs to be reiterated over and over and over again because the majority of the speakers have been on the receiving end of the money, where the labor people have been talking, the contractors have been talking, the family who's making big bucks has been talking, but nobody's talking about the families that live there right now. I don't understand how a 13-acre park is going to get water when my little tiny 3-foot by 3-foot area is not allowed to get water, when the city says that the common areas of our complex can't be watered. So I don't understand that. I also don't understand when the air quality can't be mitigated and we have schools right there in that area, elementary school, high schools, and their air quality is going to suffer greatly. I think that needs to be looked at. Obviously, traffic, we're currently at a D. So I don't know how with the additional traffic, with the additional housing, how our D is even going to stay a D, because it's horrible. 1.3 parking spaces is not enough. I can tell you that communities in the area currently have 2, and 2 is not enough. And they're looking for where can their high schooler park their car. It's not sufficient, and it needs to be looked at again. I think it can be a wonderful project. The density is too high. We do need more senior homes. We don't need another hotel. There are 13 hotels in a 3-mile radius currently, so I don't see how that benefits the community. It brings in more people, but those of us already there are going to suffer greatly. So I think the brakes just need to be applied a little bit here so that the traffic and the parking and our natural resources get addressed, so that when we're getting cut back on water, it's their 13 acres that doesn't get the water, not the homeowners and the condominium owners in the area. It's not fair. I appreciate your time. I have much more to say, but I do realize that it's only a 3-minute time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the applicant to come forward and to make any remarks regarding any of the questions or comments that are raised by public comment.
First of all, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to thank everybody that participated in this process. We've taken copious notes through this hearing process on the team. And look, they're all good comments, right? Everyone has every right to express their thoughts, and we've always welcomed them as part of the process we've endeavored to go through in the last 2 years. There's a long list, and I know I only have 5 minutes, but there's a couple of things I do want to hit upon, and then our entire team is here tonight, including our founder, to help answer questions. We're not going anywhere. First, I just wanted to reiterate, and maybe I'm expressing now, and I'm representing the 90-plus retail tenants that are on the site. Time is of the essence right now. 2 years ago, when we started this process, we forewarned, part of our team, or everybody on our team forewarned about this impending deadline in 2025 that was coming up in front of us. We talked about the retail center really facing some real, existential escalating risks, but the time that we've taken, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, it's just the time that we've taken has now forced that deadline right at our doorstep. It is imperative for the sake of those who there are trying to figure out their future, and many of Lana spoke, have now decided, and forgive me, I am bound by confidentiality, so it's not like I'm going to list individual tenants, but we are projecting major vacancies next year. Folks are out of time. That's my only point, right? You have to plan your business. We have tried to be smart about how we phase this project starting on the south side, which protects 2/3 of the tenants on the north side, or we can extend their leases, and we're eager to get that going. My only point in sharing that time is of the essence, not just for us, for those who are there, because they have to plan their lives from moving forward. So that's the first point I'll make. There's a lot of commentary that's been thrown out or questions that have been asked, and all I wanted to say is, first of all, thank you everybody for being here and being part of this process with us. We're here to answer questions. Maybe I could ask, where would you like me to start? And I'm happy to start that process. There was a lot, and I'm happy to start going down the list, but if there's a direction where you like me to head, I'm also happy to do so.
I believe one of the most frequently asked things by our public comments were the route that the construction would take. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yes, I certainly understand. I mean, any kitchen remodel or construction job is never fun, and I appreciate that. Let me make a qualitative comment about this first, and then we'll get into the details. One of the things that distinguishes us as a company is led by Bill is we are long-term owners, and we have tried over the last 2 years to get to know a lot of good people, and we embed ourselves in the community. That means we're not going anywhere. I hope you like us, because we're going to be here for a very long time, along with the property owners, the Callens family that have been here for a long time. And in that, if within any construction shop, look, the point is you have someone you can call. We're not going anywhere. And because we are going to be here for the long run, we're going to work with whatever issues we might run into moving forward, because you don't know what you don't know, right? It's unforeseen. There's a reason why it's called unforeseen events. Now, so first, let me just express that sentiment on behalf of our company. The second one is specific on the routes. We will drive wherever the city dictates us to go. We will go in whichever direction the city is the one who dictates and informs us, where would you like those construction routes to go? And we will abide by whatever requirements the city imposes on us. I will say that the wonderful community members at Sandpoint that has spoken, as well as those at Republic Homes and so forth, one of the items they asked for is RAC. And I was like, what the heck is RAC? Sounds like a racket club. We are implementing that, and acknowledge Rudy Rosas and Nabil. In terms of the paving system, it just helps absorb some of those construction vibrations we spoke about, and we are doing that. But specifically to the construction route, we will drive and go in whichever direction the city indicates of us.
Just to supplement that response, it is a requirement of the project to work with the city, Public Works Department, and planning during the construction process to pick the most viable route that eliminates much of the concerns and impact. As a general comment, one of our goals is to ensure that The project developer also look at local sources and local sourcing for both materials as well as labor and construction contractors. So to the extent that some of these companies may be located in Santa Ana, I think that's where that amount of traffic would probably use some local arterial, which are designated for truck routes. But the majority of the project construction, I would estimate based on my experience, and the contractor can maybe confirm this, is that it's going to come from outside of the area, and it will come through to the project site via the 405 and up Bristol, and not from other routes, as it is the most accessible freeway off-ramp to the project site.
Thank you. Should we start with comments and questions from staff to the applicant?
At this point, since the public hearing is still open here, if there's any question that you may have of the applicant, it would be a good time to ask it now. Otherwise, it would be recommended that you close the public hearing, ask staff of any additional questions, or deliberate and have your own discussion.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioner Benninger, any questions or comments for the applicant?
I very much enjoyed knowing you and meeting related. I feel very comfortable working with you. And I feel very comfortable that if there's a problem, I know who to go to end up talking about it. One area I will bring up, and maybe this is early to bring it up, but I'll bring it up now. Would you be willing in 6 years from now to sit down and let's review where we are with traffic? Because of one big thing we don't know on this project is what's going to happen to traffic in that area. And I hear of a lot of changes. I hear a lot of improvements that are going to be made. I'm not asking for a big traffic study, but really sitting down with who was ever on the planning commission then at that time and related and saying, how did these all work? Because in 6 years from now, you'll be through the first phase on the second. You also will have the village Segerstrom's construction starting, and we'll know what Segerstrom is going to do with the what I call a Sears corner. So you would be willing in 6 years, sit down with this board and talk about traffic.
Commissioner Benninger, if I may just provide clarification, we have our in-house CEQA attorney here, which can answer at least the legal aspect of it. Of course, the applicant, can obligate themselves and respond to your question as they would feel is necessary if they want to obligate themselves to do that. But let me just share from a legal perspective how we can answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tai. Thank you, Commissioner and Chairwoman, for the time to respond to the questions. A great question, just to provide a little bit of clarification on the requirements that come from the traffic study. The traffic study was prepared in connection with the city's general planning process, not necessarily as a component of the CEQA analysis. So any and all of the recommendations that come from the traffic study are not mitigation measures required by the EIR, but instead are recommendations that come to ensure that level of service is, meeting the standards that are outlined in the general plan. So as Director Tai mentioned, the request that you have made to the applicant is one that you can make to the applicant. We can hear the response that the applicant has with respect to that. But from a legal perspective, just want to make sure that the record is clear and that you all have straight that the recommendations that are coming from the traffic study are not actually mitigation measures required by the EIR.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benninger, I think the city has done a good job about thinking about compliance, right? At the end of the day, there is an annual compliance reporting process within our development agreement that holds our feet to the fire as we think about how we implemented what we said we're going to implement. And I think we should use that avenue to ensure that we're doing what the city has laid forth, both as requirements and then recommendations in terms of from a traffic standpoint. That way it's, how should I say it, it's not just subjective, it's concrete. It's defined, and there's an annual compliance reporting process that we're held to, and we're of course happy to do that.
I'm all set.
Commissioner Scamilla.
Yeah, no, well, thank you for being here for one of our longer meetings, and obviously you've been through a fairly long process yourself now. I guess I just wanted to start off with, thank you for addressing the construction question. I think that that route planning is going to be the kind of top issue. Could you walk me through what exactly you all plan to do then, and how you're able to get from that 1.3 number to that 2.0? Just
Of course.
Just to kind of really hone in on how you can mitigate it, and maybe if you ever meet 100% of demand on site, what are thoughts on potential increases in the future?
First of all, thank you for the question, Commissioner Escamilla. And that is a topic that's certainly been expressed over and over to us by the community around us for good reason. And, I'll say I probably have a PhD in parking in Santa Ana at this point. First, qualitatively, look, as long-term owners, we certainly we're incentivized to make sure this thing is going to operate smoothly. We have neighbors we deeply care about, including ourselves, because the families own other property around here, as well as the Segerstroms and all of the stakeholders that are here today. It's critical to us that we get this right. And we've heard, as much as we've done studies and analyzed it, and thank you, staff, also for doing all of that incredible work. We know this from experience. We are, in essence, parking pros in one of the roles we play. So we know where the demand's going to be. There was a gentleman that spoke very appropriately about the fact that traffic is driven by a unit mix. And so, most of our project is driven by the market. 70% of our units are going to be studios and one-bedrooms. But we also have heard from the community that they want us to make sure that we have ample parking. So while we're at 1.3 physical stalls, we're going to be able to implement a parking management plan that can address any incremental demand that's unforeseen, and we can accommodate 2 cars per unit at any time. And the way we do that is there's a variety of strategies you can employ, valet parking being one of the most prominent ones, stackers, as staff indicated. But you're able to just simply squeeze more cars into the same space. And that's how we're getting comfortable, or at least, I'm sorry, not that we're getting comfortable, we're very comfortable at 1.3, but we're explaining to the community that, let's just say we get it wrong. Believe me, we're not going to get it wrong, but let's just say we did. We're able to accommodate 2 cars per unit. Now, you combine that with what I just said, 70% of units are 2 studios and 1-bedrooms. You can imagine the ample amount of parking that, look, if you have a studio and you have 3 cars, you may want to reprioritize a little bit where you're spending money, is my point. Did I answer your question?
You did. I did have 2 follow-up questions, if that's okay. Sure. So I guess the second question, I presume you will be held to the California Building Code standards when it comes to water requirements, sustainability requirements, everything around energy efficiency at this particular site. But I would ask you as the applicant to consider also looking into, as you're taking a look at the landscaping, opportunities for natural kind of almost, you'd say, little pockets of pollinator habitat within your space. So I think that, just spatially, it makes an area look nicer. So we're talking California natives, anything to kind of support monarch butterflies, things like that, quite frankly, aren't necessarily included as a bare minimum in our landscape standards, but I think do provide something that is uniquely Southern Californian and an opportunity to go above and beyond what the code requires. So just consideration, relatively light intervention and light touch, but just wanted to bring that up here. And then the second kind of comment question, and just to see whether or not you all are open to it. We haven't actually, I think, developed a percentage of the arts or for the arts effort here as a city as a whole. So I'm not expecting you as a developer to single-handedly kind of implement a process like that. But I would also ask that as you design the kind of more details for the site, that you do attempt to identify locations where either public art opportunities, statues, things that are, I would say, non-corporate art. Like I always, unfortunately point to like I think a series of aluminum blocks that looks like a wave that I don't necessarily think is a great piece of public art. So I want to avoid things like that that are a little bit more corporate, maybe expensive on the front end, but just allowing for opportunities to have small interventions within the design space, I think would be important to the long-term uniqueness of the project. I think that, again, if you're here for the next 100 years, putting a stamp from 2024 on the concrete doesn't seem like a big deal right now. But, if you're here in, 2134, that might make a little bit more of an impact. So little things like that, which I presume will be figured out with the individual designs. But just again, wanted to voice those perspectives here while you're in front of everybody.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leo.
I had, first of all, thanks for sticking with Santa Ana. It's not been an
Thank
easy
you.
process. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is. I wanted to dig in just a little bit into the community benefit piece of it, just for a second. We've talked about the in lieu fee, which the city council makes a decision on where those funds go. We talked about an additional $22 million that the city council decides where that goes. We talked about property tax increase, which if I remember correctly is like $575,000 a year approximately. City council decides where that goes. We don't decide that. But then I started looking at, we get the police substation, right? Could you, and we know about the park, could you talk about the sidewalks and the sidewalk agreement that you agreed to? Could you talk a little bit about that? Because all of us have our issues with sidewalks. Talk about what you're going to do with the sidewalks.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Leo. And I will just add, make one clarification that you just mentioned on the community benefits. The net annual tax surplus projected for the project over the course of the first 30 years of operations, there's a high and a low, but the baseline projection is $500 million of net tax surplus going to the city in the first 30 years. That annualizes to roughly $10.7 million in year one, and then of course it grows as CPI takes over. Specifically regarding the sidewalk, and I know first, when we are proposing a series of steps to rethink and reimagine and soften the experience for the pedestrians along Bristol in particular. I grew up in Orange County. I've been in the center, like I said. It's a pretty harsh thoroughfare, let's put it that way. And one of the things we're proposing along the sidewalks is the concept of, one, breaking up the blocks with these mid-block crossings that staff, Ali was so great at highlighting, just so that you can break up a very long stretch of a sidewalk. And the second is, it's not a straight sidewalk. We're proposing, and this came actually as from feedback that we heard from the community, Dale Helvig in particular, who really wanted to see this idea of a meandering sidewalk, one that ebbs and flows, so that where you're going through this, through two city blocks, however many thousand feet that long is, you're really having a little bit of an experience with parkways that come in and out and weave itself, so there's an experience. And in doing so, we spoke about, it's not just the sidewalks. It's the bike paths, what we're trying to do with the medians, the landscaping, these mid-block crossings. What's the purpose of all that? Well, one of the key purposes is to establish a new vision for Relate Bristol. And hopefully we can be a catalyst that changes our relationship between Bristol and the cars on Bristol, so that it's a step in the right direction towards a more pedestrian-friendly environment.
Commissioner Wu?
Even, it will not be built in a day, right? So considering once it's approved through City Council and by us, will the existing retail stay there? Would they be in operation? So what is the operation plan in transitioning from the operation to building? Because you're not going to build a hotel one day and all that. And can you talk about how the transition from what the tax base is, and then how will it gradually reach that $500 million? You're not going to reach the $5 million in the first year, right? Yeah. Okay. And so I just want to get a understanding of the flow, because there was concern by residents about what will happen over the next 10 years and how soon would you get it done? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Wu. The phasing plan, we thought through it, is in an effort to mitigate as much of the, or to phase this project as responsibly as we can. Like I said, the center is facing existential challenges that are escalating. But we're starting on the south side for many reasons, but one of them is the fact that 2/3 of the tenants are actually on the northern half of the property. And then so we recognize like this, that the folks who own these businesses, that work in this business, they have to plan for their future. And by doing so, if you think about the northern half, we're going to be able to buy the northern half tenants, 2/3 of the tenants that are on the site, an ability to plan for 5 to 10 years out. Now, I don't expect anyone here to be in the retail business, but if you are in the retail business, you know that standard leases in retail business is 5 to 10 years. So you're effectively buying them an entire lease period for them to plan for their future. As to when those dollars get generated in terms of next tax surplus, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I wish I did, but it is, if you could maybe make it simple, a lot of the retail is actually concentrated in the southern half. Retail being one of the largest, components of those sales revenues or tax revenues, including the hotel, are on the southern side. So I would say, while we're starting on the first half, on the southern side, you'll probably see more than half of the, projected tax revenues in the first half.
And I don't know if the residents heard that you have a long-term commitment and openness to listen to the public, to still continue to mitigate things as they come along. And that's going to be needed, because I think that you cannot anticipate everything that will be going along. You may have planned something and it just doesn't work out, and you may have to change the location or something, either because city or some other state law or whatever. I would thank you for that, because I think our community likes to have developers work with them over time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bao.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the clarification on your presentation. I noticed that the renderings are very provocative, which I appreciate, but they're illustrating kind of daylight activity. So I'm hoping you can kind of paint us a picture of what you envision, how you program the space during the afternoon, night times, because you do have a public space within your project, and my understanding is your commitment to having the community use that public space, and how you envision the public using that public space within the afternoon, potentially during the nighttime.
Yeah, excuse me, Commissioner Fan, thank you for the question. One of the things that we heard to the outreach process is that there's a desire to see, there's a desire for this project to organically address, let's say, crime, safety, the unhoused, a social crisis we're all sensitive to. And there's an element of this project that is going to bring an active community that is supposed to enjoy this center 24/7, whether you're living there, right? If you live there, you're going to be 24/7, or if you're visiting. And so specifically around the 13 acres and the retail, if you think about it, the goal is to activate those 13 acres. So it's not a passive lawn. We're not suggesting that this be just, a lawn that's used on occasion. It's intended to be active. So as the community comes together throughout the year, you might see different events, so that it's really dynamic, not a static park, but a dynamic park. And I think that activation certainly starts in the morning, and then it continues into the night, while being mindful of noise ordinances and operating hours that the city has rules around. We're by no means suggesting that we're changing those right now. So if I may, did I answer your question?
Right. I guess my intention is, there's a substation on site as well, but are you also including security from your own?
Oh, yes. It's a great question. I'm going to tackle two questions because I remember somebody asking this, and forgive me, there was a lot of questions. I did take a lot of notes. First of all, I want to make clear that this proposal for a safety substation, police substation. We're offering it, but it's at the city's discretion. I'm not saying the city has to put a police substation here. We're offering it. Should the city, the elected officials decide we want one, we're here for you, first of all. And I'm sorry, your question specific about this police.
On-site security.
Oh, very good point. The second point I want to make about this is this police substation, it is not we're not looking for a substitute for reducing our private security because of this police substation. That's absolutely not the case. We're actually providing this police substation because we heard the community say, look, it's important to us. And so we thought, okay, it's important to the community. We've heard from many community members saying, we'd like to see shorter response times. We even heard from the police department that their own staff is having to drive back and forth. Commissioner Benninger raised this concept. They have to drive back and forth. And so they're less efficient, they're less effective. And so we thought this was something that we could do to assist in that, in shortening response times, whether it be to ourselves or to others, but it is not replacing what we're going to do on site with 24/7 private security.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Ramos.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. I had asked about the public safety component earlier. I just have one question, and it's one I asked earlier, but I think it was best intended for you as the applicant, and it's in regards to the senior housing that you're going to provide. So staff shared that it's considered organic or naturally occurring affordable housing. So for everyone that's not as aware, what exactly does that mean, and what type of rents could be expected? And I know it's hard to project whenever that's built, but what would that look like today?
So Commissioner Ramos, I think I would like to speak to that. And forgive me, there was some misunderstandings, but the senior housing component of this project is intended to address the market needs of seniors in our community. There is a silver tsunami, and you guys may have heard that term, demographically, that's happening across our entire country. Orange County is no different. There's a dire need for senior housing. Now, as Bill said, we're also one of the largest affordable housing developers in the entire state. We're now actually the largest affordable housing owner in the entire country, believe it or not. So, but I don't want to misunderstand or miscommunicate. This is not like one of our senior affordable housing, low-income subsidized housing projects. This is a different positioning. It's intended to address, the needs of seniors as they age. Not that they're in that low-income bracket, subsidized bracket, but just in general in the market.
So these would be market rates like any other market rate unit?
That is correct.
Okay. So quick question for staff. Why, or what is that language then referring to? I think it was in the development agreement that said that they would have to pay in lieu fees if they make these market rate units.
So as I'm discussed, the senior housing and senior as a category of an economic and aging population in our community, it is a targeted population, as in most city, in terms of addressing housing for the fixed income aspect of our population. And therefore, that's the reason why I refer to it as a natural occurring, affordable population as a targeted population for identifying that this is a population with fixed income, and therefore housing provided in that segment is, from our perspective, working towards providing housing towards a needed segment in our community. If the developer should decide to convert that to just non-age restricted housing, that's when the fee would kick in terms of from a perspective that it's now just open market rate housing, not age restricted, and therefore would need to comply with our WHO requirements.
So is it, sorry, just one question for staff. Is it state law that is requiring the city to not consider that square footage for the in lieu fee, or is this like a city decision?
As I indicated, the senior housing is a targeted population as considered to be for providing affordable housing in our community, and therefore we view it not as market rate housing that would be subject under the WHO. And it's really, I think we're looking at 200 units of that, and it's if the applicant can explain, this is a housing for continual care, correct?
And if I may, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, if I may. I mean, one of the things that I think staff rightfully said to us is, look, if for some reason we had to, because we don't foresee this, but let's just say that the senior business plan didn't work out, and we had to convert it to, apartments or other non-senior residences. We wanted to make sure that the city got the benefit of the in lieu fee. That's my recollection of the conversation. And senior housing in many cities, like San Francisco, is considered commercial. So when you think about well, it used to be called the WHO, the AHOCO now. Sorry, I still call it a WHO. Sorry, it's been quite some time. But when you think about that, we just wanted to make sure, I think rightfully so, the city was just making sure that if we did convert it to apartments, that we weren't somehow diverting or, somehow getting around the AHOCO.
Thank you. So just two more questions on that, one for staff, one for the applicant. So for staff, does the inclusionary housing policy state that senior housing needs to be considered that way and that square footage is not using calculations?
The AHOCO requires that all new residential aspect of a development project that have a density increase based on the general plan is required to be subject to the AHOCO. And the senior housing aspect of this development project is a commercial enterprise with a continuum of care. Therefore, if it does get converted, it becomes subject to the AHOCO.
So it's a continuum of care piece that makes it commercial?
Correct.
So if that piece was gone, but it was still senior housing, then we would have to consider that square footage for the calculations of the fees?
I would have to be very candid with you, I would need to look at the WHO as well as a housing element in detail. But as I have indicated, even as a senior housing development project, senior housing is an identified targeted population for the city to provide housing for, and therefore it's not a category of housing in our review of the regulation that would be subject to the WHO.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be interested in hearing back from staff, and I don't know how the vote will go tonight, but if not here, at least to the council, to ensure that the development agreement correctly reflects like the interpretation that was intended when that policy was
Thank you.
adopted. And then just one more question for the applicant, so one that I asked at the beginning, but we've kind of heard this back and forth and that the senior housing would be intended to be, I'll say accessible, so that I don't say affordable, to seniors on fixed incomes potentially. That was said by staff. So just kind of understanding what the market is today, can you share what a market rate would be for a one bedroom just for a family versus what it might be for senior housing with this continuum of care?
Sorry. Thank you for the question. First off, I want to re-emphasize something that Director Tai mentioned. This is continuum care. So we're not talking about independent living. This is folks who need assisted living. So, and we have to be a little bit careful. A lot of the cost associated with that is the Medicare cost that goes along with that care. So when we look at, when you look at that, you really have to, and it's a package. It's not like you break out, hey, you paid $300 for this, and it kind of comes in a package. But it really addresses the continuum care side of the equation, the needs of seniors as they age from from young to middle-aged to seniors, and now you need help, like my mother, right? They need help. And that's what we're proposing here. And so to Director Tai's point, this isn't like independent living, like it's just an apartment that happens to be for a senior. No, it's apartment and services that go towards that medical care.
Okay, so it would be hard to share today what the rent might be.
Because you can imagine the medical needs of a particular patient is driven by their medical needs, right? Someone who has memory care has very different needs than those who, so it's called MC, right? Than those who just need, more basic assisted living. Those numbers fluctuate, you can imagine, quite drastically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this project to Santa Ana. It's been described as the, what was it? Project of a lifetime or something. So it's a big project. We're seeing thousands of units. We're seeing a potential increase of thousands of residents coming to the city. I wanted to see if y'all could explain a little bit more on how you'll be improving infrastructure, because we do know some of Santa Ana's pipelines and things like that are very dated, aged. They're constantly getting fixed. Maybe if you could give us a little bit more information on how you'll be improving infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chairwoman Oliva. Analyzing the infrastructure needs in and around our community because of our project was something that the staff has sort of done a very deep dive on. And there's, power, water, trash, sewer, et cetera. So let me try to tackle one by one. On the power side of the equation, because of this project, our ongoing conversations with Southern California Edison, and they will be upgrading the substations around the project and the grid system around the project to be able to support the project. In doing so, though, they're accounting for the project as if it didn't have photovoltaics, but Commissioner Wu, this project will absolutely have photovoltaics. All of those upgrades will, in essence, be able to not only, first of all, support the project that we're proposing, but it will increase the reliability of the grid system for everybody that's in this area. I think that's, it's obviously a positive thing, right, from a power grid standpoint, and we're committed to delivering this project in a LEED Silver manner. Sustainability is part of what we do. From a water standpoint, the city has conducted an extensive analysis of the EIR, and there is going to be a new water line installed along Plaza Drive. And thankfully, the water lines along Bristol and Sunflower specifically are adequate. They have sufficient capacity. There was always imagined it's a major thoroughfare, so you can imagine they're big old giant trunk lines. And then on the storm drain side of the equation, there is a storm drain. There is a plan to extend the storm drain line from Plaza Drive. And Rudy's going to smack me if I get this wrong, but Rudy, maybe if he's here. There's going to be a storm drain line extension from Plaza Drive all the way down to Bristol, where the OCFD channel, east of Bristol, where the OCFD channel is going to connect to, and that would be is envisioned as part of the project. Sorry.
Thank you. Additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Bettinger.
None at this time.
Commissioner Escamilla?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Commissioner Leo?
I'm good.
Commissioner Wu?
I don't have any.
Commissioner Bell?
No comments. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ramos? I don't have any additional questions either. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the questions.
The public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion to recommend approval of this matter? Oh, I'm so sorry. Are we supposed to discuss amongst each other? Yes, we are. Okay. Commissioner Bettinger, anything you need to share?
Are we going to approve all four, all five, or as?
We'll speak to that now.
Well, I will make a motion that we approve all five.
We're gonna discuss as a commission first, so no motion.
Discuss.
Yes.
Chair Oliva,
Final comment discussion.
you can have final comments.
Okay.
What can occur is that if there's a willingness to make a motion, is to make the motion, have it second, and then have it for discussion. So that's very appropriate as well.
Okay. Can we pull up the slide that has the recommendation from staff?
You got there? Let Commissioner Manning go ahead and
Commissioner Escamilla.
All right, I'd like to make the motion to adopt the resolution. So verbatim, I'll just read out all 5 items there, if that's okay for the record. It's a relatively long one, but I'd like to make the motion for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Secretary, please call for a roll call vote.
Chair, may I,
Now discuss. I am so sorry, y'all. Sorry. Here we go. We can discuss. Commissioner Benninger.
I've been aware of this project for a year and a half. I'm impressed with the project. It comes without some pains for the people in that area because of the fact that we are going to have noise, we're going to have dirt, we're going to have what have you. I think we can remediate those and keep those at a low level. One thing I would like to see is, what I'm excited about is the funds that are coming to the city. And I do want to thank the developer and also city staff for ironing that out and having those funds coming towards us in this area. And the one that we kind of overglassed was these sidewalks. $10 million is what they're going to put towards the sidewalks, but they're going to adopt the sidewalks. That's fantastic. We'll never have a cracked sidewalk in that area again. Fantastic. So, but I do have maybe a suggestion for a walk of fame in that area, but anyway, another discussion. So with that, I see this as a very positive project. We do have to watch the traffic. I'm concerned about pedestrians. I'm concerned about traffic. I hear a lot of mediation being done. I want to see the outcome of that come. So maybe once a year talking about what's been accomplished and where we sit with traffic will help us along in that area per se. So, done.
Commissioner Escamilla.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I guess for me, it is a massive project, and it is definitely, I think the term once in a lifetime is an appropriate a term for what we're seeing and what we're looking at today. But, I'm really, I think for this particular decision, guided by the ongoing housing crisis, I think more than anything. I do believe that we, in fact, have the opportunity to accept a lot more people into California if we decide to build. I think that's one of the most desirable places to live. I can live anywhere in the world and decided to stay here because I absolutely love this place. So for me, I'm really feeling kind of honored to be able to make a motion to approve what essentially is Santa Ana's newest neighborhood. I think we heard, unfortunately, some of the commentary on that renters don't or aren't as invested within a community. I don't necessarily know that that's true. I was a renter for a long period of time, and I absolutely was committed to this community. I believe that this is an opportunity that is going to provide a lot of really great paying jobs. So I think that issue was taken care of with our folks and brethren in labor. But then, the third issue is the revenue that will be coming into the city. So I think it's a very strong combination of a lot of positives that we will have to monitor and mitigate any negative impacts to. But between all that, I really do, feel good with the project that was put before us. I think that this is the level of quality that this city deserves and the standard to which we will have to hold all subsequent applicants, to that standard. So I think that's where I'm at. Definitely would have loved some affordable housing on site, but I'm also looking forward to the $18 million deposited into the affordable housing account and what Judson Brown can leverage to do, with 18 million. I think we're going to actually see a lot of affordable housing indirectly coming out of this project.
Commissioner Leo.
There were forefathers in Orange County. The Callens are one of them. Segerstroms are another. Irvine another. O'Neill's another. This is that next phase in the county. If you look at the Irvine spectrum, the Irvine company built a city out of nothing. Now all of a sudden people go there and unfortunately they take their dollars to Irvine. You look at what is going on at OC Vibe, which Orange has a chance to develop their economy out of that. They're trying to pass a half-cent sales tax on their residents because their budget's a mess. And now we in Santa Ana, who lost the airport, who lost South Coast Plaza, we have a chance to improve our city by just being across the street from South Coast Plaza and upgrading, which basically is a large parking lot to a large extent. And so to me, this is that development. There was an article last week in the LA Times that talked about the brain drain from Orange County. We lose about 35,000 residents a year. Over 80% of them move to the Inland Empire because they cannot live here. We all know about the housing crisis that goes on in Santa Ana. We have garages converted, sheds converted. We need to just add more numbers, and the city council and this commission have added lots. We can do more. I think it really, for all of us, it is about envisioning what is coming or what is here. If you ask young professionals, and we had one on the phone tonight, he described what his life is like and what a lot of people's lives are like. And like what Manny just said, renters, he's been here 6 years. He's a 6-year renter, not a 1-year renter, and he moved. He's a young professional looking for something to do at night, someplace he can go, someplace he can see people. We are creating that. So I really believe that this project is the right time, the right place. I want to thank the Callan family. I want to thank the others who had the foresight to stick with the land, because as you see, they knew best. When you go to South Orange County, the O'Neill family oversaw all the development in South Orange County. The Irvine Company, previously the Irvine family, they oversaw a lot of that. The Callans have land in this city, and they've held on to it for a reason. And they have other land that they also have, and the Segersons are still building. We just approved the Segerson project. So understand that we as citizens or residents of Orange County, we need to put in the same time that those families put in. And understand that the vision, we're just carrying on the vision, a multicultural vision that's more urban than suburban, but yet attracts the type of talent we need to propel our economy forward. This project has had a long road. It's in good shape, and hopefully it'll get approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Leo. Commissioner Wu.
Thank you for the speech for Orange County. I'm going to speak against it. No, as a developer, I do understand that. And the visionary people, Mike Stockdale wrote that book about the men behind Irvine Company. The Segerson were friends of mine that donated to my Orange County food bank. But they also talk about times when the crop didn't come in and they hunger like everyone else. The project was well put together here for presentation for us, and there's no reason for us to turn it down. And the presentation and the outreach to the community, you've done an exemplary job. What I don't see at the table here is those people who live 6 family in a house, who the affordable dollars are supposed to go to address, but will not, in all likelihood, address them. The people who have had job, shiny shoes, who are now unhoused because they lost their affordability, will not be addressed by this project. So there are things that we could do with this project, like you said, get most of the thing going in the right direction. But over here, the injustice, the inequity still exists. And I'm hoping that through charity or whatever, we begin to focus some political capital in that area so that our city could fulfill the thing that we want to have, building a healthy community that's inclusive for everyone. So like I said, there's no reason to vote this down. There's very reason to go forward. But at the same time, it does not solve all our problem. And I don't like to hear that we are going to solve all the problem, because there's a big trust in our political leaders that they will oversee those dollars in a way that will benefit back into the community. It has nothing to do with the technical stuff that staff have done, the homework that you've done, and putting this together. So I just had to say my piece. I'm sorry if it sounds negative to you, but it's not. I'm very hopeful that we will do it once we become always transparent, we say our piece, and we go on and do our business together.
Commissioner Bao.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this is the nature of just a large project. We'll tend to, I think it's human nature to forecast what potentially can be a problem. And I think it's all valid that there potentially can be traffic, there's potentially will be dust, and potentially will impact the residents' lives around the project. But I think, I think it should be stated that what's being approved today is a specific plan. We're not approving everything that will be built immediately here. There are still steps within this process for staff, as is stated within the report, to review these buildings from a project-to-project basis, and they will represent the residents as well as ourselves to take a look at more of a finely detail. And just the way this project is phased, there's 3 opportunities for us to assess whether or not this project is successful or not. The first phase, it's built out. If we see that it's a negatively impacted project to the community, that it's a traffic hazard to the community, that it's a, environmentally negative impact to the city, then it's upon staff to review to see whether or not adjustments can be made to the second phase and third phase. And so, I don't want the residents who feel like they're not on board with the project to feel like this is a one and done decision, that there are processes in place for things to be fine-tuned, to be adjusted, and it sounds like the developer is very open to feedback, and so it's not a complete top-down process. Apart from that, I wish I would have asked this question before the motion was made, but Min and Ali, if you can share, just for transparency's sake, and I know that the councilmen, they review the transcript of the project, is there any connection between the $5 per square foot fee and the $22 million? Do they have a relationship? Meaning, if it was a $10 per square foot HOO fee, that the city would be receiving 18 million, general. Is there a relationship there?
In terms of the 22 millions and the HOO fee of $5 a square foot, there are 2 separate components of the project. One is meeting an obligation by ordinance under the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Second, the $22 million, that aspect of the project is a negotiated fund that is going to be contributed to the city. The only thing for community benefit as determined by the city council on where that money can be allocated and where it should go. It could go to affordable housing at the end of the day, but that's really up to the city council. What you have though is that the 2 dollar amount are linked together because that in order for the project developer to be able to have their project be priced at $5 per square foot, they have to contribute the $22 million to the city as a community benefit fund.
And if for some odd reason we were to ask for a higher dollar amount, then that $22 million would be reduced. Is that correct? Or that $22 million is consistent?
The amount that has been discussed and being presented to the commission is one that's been presented and discussed with the ad hoc and is being put forth at this point via the ad hoc, and it was found that that's the amount the project would be able to contribute to the community based on benefiting from the $5 per square foot. I don't want to avoid answering the question, but it is a negotiated amount.
No, I understand. Whatever you're able to kind of clarify. I appreciate it.
Vice Chair Ramos.
Yeah, I would just want to start off by saying thank you to staff for all the work that you've put into this project. Thank you to the applicant for your patience and your commitment to seeing this forth. And I especially want to thank all the residents that joined us tonight. I know many had to leave, but especially those of you that are here. I thank everyone that came to speak, whether it was in support or opposition. I think it is really important that you made the time to be here. And I think all of you had really great questions, and there were also some very good requests that were made. And I think those requests need to continue and go forth to the City Council if this moves forward to them. And then with this project, I do have a lot of thoughts. I think there are some very exciting pieces to the project, all of the new open space that we'll have as the city is very park poor. I do think there are other areas that could have been stronger. Like said earlier, I too would have wished that there had been affordable housing on site. I too would have liked to see a higher in fee, but I am happy that the developer is still making a contribution to the in-lieu fund and is also making providing a community benefit in another way. So with that, I will be supporting this project, and I do have just one request for a friendly amendment. So I did pose questions to staff specifically around the senior housing and whether or not that should be calculated for the in-lieu fee. So my friendly amendment would really just be for staff to do research on that piece before bringing it, if this is approved, before taking it to the city council, so that if necessary, that in-lieu fee is recalculated, because I would hate to see us leave any dollars on the table because we missed anything.
As the maker of the motion, I'm okay with that second. Are you okay with that edit, Carl?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and I
Thank
guess to staff then, this would just be more directive staff, or would we need to include this as a recommendation number 6?
This would be a recommendation from the Planning Commission. We will share your comment with the City Council, and in between that time, we'll be able to confirm. But I have confirmed that senior housing is a special need housing that's been identified in our housing element, and goal number 5.1 looks at, goal number 4.1 states that the city needs to support development of affordable senior housing and ownership housing readily accessible to support services as well as assistant seniors. So it is a special need targeted housing identifier in our housing element. We will provide the information that you have communicated to the City Council as well as our analysis on the applicability of the HUFI.
Thank you. I think the more information probably could be helpful to them.
Yeah, no, that works for me.
You've kind of stuck something else in my mind, and so let me add number 8 to this. And it's a recommendation from this commission that the council, who has final say on the spending, final say on where the money goes, but they form an oversight committee made up of 3 citizens and a representative of the applicant, so that they can watch where the money goes and be sure that it gets used in a proper manner. That's our recommendation to, I say that as a recommendation to council. They can refuse it, but if I would like to make that recommendation.
All right, and this would actually be then recommendation number 7, not 8?
I thought I heard a 7.
6?
6, 7.
All right, 6, recommendation number 7, and the exact wording being with a recommendation to establish a
Oversight committee.
Oversight committee.
It's just, if you ever dealt with it, it's not paid, there's no fees with this. All they do is they monitor the money.
Okay, so I presume as the second to the motion, you would be approving this edit, and I'm okay with this. I guess I wouldn't limit it to 3, but are a number to be determined, an odd number?
Could say number to be determined.
Okay.
I like the applicant so you can see where his money goes.
And then just a
Go
quick
ahead.
recommendation on that. Can we specify that would be for the 22 million? Because the 18
Yes.
million is
Yes.
housing division.
Yeah, for the 22 million community benefit. Okay.
I just don't want it lost in general fund.
Yeah, no, I totally understand after the experience with the Skyline Towers.
Would you also specify that members of the low-income community, particularly the marginalized community, be included in that commission saying, so they have an equal say?
Let's keep it, let the
Well,
recommend,
you know, if you just have all the people from the more middle-class neighborhood, it's not representing the entire city.
no.
I think we can check in with city staff and see if we could put stipulations like that on a recommendation.
We would present the discussion points here by the Plan Commission to the City Council and provide context to the council before they make any final decision.
Yeah, and maybe as a midway point, it would just be maybe one appointee per council member if we entrust that at least one of our council members will appoint members of low-income communities or other communities outside.
The ad hoc committee does not represent all the.
Right, not the ad hoc, but I guess this would be a seven-member board, each appointed by the sitting council members and mayor. Then that could have some geographic dispersion, if that's okay.
And as Mr. Alvarado suggested, we should vote what our council people tell us, but we.
Well, I firmly disagree with that particular motion, but, or item. I think we should all be independent up here. But I would say that 7 seats appointed by the respective council member to oversee the $22 million in the community benefit account is the recommendation number 7. And I think that captures the spirit, and we have the okay from the second maker of the motion. All right.
I will just add that I do want to say thank you to city staff for all the work that was put in on this project. I know it was a lot, and the applicant, thank you so much for listening to residents and what they're looking for in a project this big. As it was said earlier, this is just a parking lot right now with, some businesses on it, but it can be so much more. So I welcome the vision. I welcome the futuristic view of something that's just empty right now. And sure, 13.1 acres of open space doesn't sound like a lot, but it's just a parking lot right now. So we're bringing something to the space. So I do want to say thank you to that. And if we're ready, I guess we can call for a roll call vote. Recording secretary.
Commissioner Benninger?
Aye.
Commissioner Escamilla?
Aye.
Commissioner Leo?
Aye.
Commissioner Pham?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Vice Chair Ramos?
Aye.
Chair Oliva?
Aye.
Motion approved by unanimous consent.
We'll do 2-minute recess.
We'll call for a 2-minute recess. We'll resume shortly.
For the audience, the commission has called for a 2-minute recess, so everyone, if you can, please help clear the room and then have your conversation, and then we can get back to business. Thank you.